The chute behind the vent cover was empty. Jeff exhaled loudly. He pulled his shoulder from the vent cover and brought a shaky hand to his face, wiping away the sweat that matted his hair to his skin and ran down his neck. Weakly, Jeff levered himself to his feet. He took another deep breath. As he started to exhale, he turned back toward the desk. Jeff froze. His breathing stopped mid-exhale. The office door was open. Feeling like his eyeballs were vibrating in his head, Jeff strained to look through the open doorway. At the same time, he tried to reason out why the door was open. He had locked it, hadn't he? And even if he hadn't, who had opened it? Jeff's gaze whipped around the office. He was the only one in it, but... His attention snapped to the filing cabinets on the opposite wall and to the single upright locker next to a breaker box on the wall opposite the door. Could something small have gotten into... That disturbing thought lit a fire under Jeff's feet. He hustled toward the open door. Hesitating next to the door jamb, equally afraid of what might be hiding in the office and what might be lurking outside of it, Jeff inched his head through the door opening. Once he had his head far enough out into the hall to see, he looked along the length of the hall in both directions. He saw nothing. Jeff couldn't believe his luck, and he wasn't going to waste it. He immediately dashed out into the hallway and started toward the... Da-dum-dum-dum diddly-dum. Jeff turned into a statue. What was that? The voice, which seemed to be bouncing every which way at once, was a cross between a chant and a monotonous song. It was a teasing voice, but not a nice teasing. The tone was one a bully would use, taunting, torturing. Jeff rethought his action plan. Maybe running through the hall wasn't such a great idea at the moment. He turned and started back toward the office. As soon as Jeff took a step, though, the office door whipped shut with a resounding wham. Jeff recoiled, but he recovered quickly. Rushing forward, Jeff grabbed the doorknob and tried to turn it. The knob wouldn't move. Jeff shook it. The knob didn't give at all. It was locked. And worse, from down the hall toward the lobby, a tinkling, skittering sound was heading in Jeff's direction. A scrape and a clink. A cascade of clinks. Jeff knew exactly what that sound was. He was hearing the coins that had leaked from his duffel bag when he was running. They were strewn through the hallway, and now they were being moved by footsteps. Shuffle, clink, scrape, clatter. Something was moving the coins across the linoleum. Diddly-dum-dum, diddly-da. Each note of the jeering little ditty drilled into Jeff's body, like each tone was one of a billion nanobots boring in through his pores. Jeff's whole body began to tremble. He could even hear his teeth chattering. Jeff whipped away from the office door. He took off down the hall, away from the lobby, toward the red exit sign at the hallway's end. In full gallop when he reached the emergency exit door, Jeff slammed into the crash bar and bounced back. As he shifted his feet to keep his balance, he heard a rapid rush of footsteps whizzing toward him. Jeff turned, just in time to see the flash of a pirate's hook arcing through the air, heading directly at his face. Jeff opened his mouth to scream, but the sound was cut off before it could begin. Chapter 13. No matter how steadily Maxine stroked Bonesy's fur, the dog wouldn't settle. Maxine had cuddled close to the dog in the pickup cab, but still he hadn't stopped whining and whimpering since Jeff and the others had disappeared into the pizzeria. Bonesy's jowls were frothed with drool, and his whole body was quivering. It was making Maxine nervous, primarily because Bonesy's anxiety was contagious. and Maxine didn't need the dog's apprehension added to her own. She was plenty agitated already. For maybe the 20th or 50th time, Maxine pushed up the cuff of the long-sleeved black shirt she'd worn for this stupid, ill-conceived venture. She frowned at the digital numbers on her black sports watch. Where the hell are they? Maxine asked herself. Enough was enough. Maxine couldn't sit here waiting any longer. She couldn't imagine what was taking them so long. They were supposed to have made a quick mess, grabbed anything valuable, and come back out. That shouldn't have taken this much time. Huffing, Maxine reached for the driver's side door handle. She flung the door open. Before Maxine could move a muscle to leave the pickup, Bonesy leaped across her. In a fraction of a second, the dog was out of the truck and bolting away. Bonesy, wait! Maxine scrambled out of the truck and started after her dog. Bonesy! She shouted again. Bonesy didn't break stride. He crossed the broken asphalt in a flash of fur. Maxine ran, but before she'd made it even 10 feet, Bonesy had disappeared into the trees at the edge of the pizzeria's lot. Maxine stopped. Her heart was a jackhammer in her chest. Her mind immediately filled with images of Bonesy getting lost, or stolen, or hit by a car, or mauled by a wild animal. Maxine hugged herself. Reluctantly, she turned back to the pickup. She couldn't outrun her dog. Her best bet was to go after him in the truck. But she didn't have the keys. Her brother did. Maxine had no choice. She had to go inside the building and get Jeff so they could go after Bonesy. Maxine looked up at the open loading dock door. What lay beyond it looked like the yawning opening to a demon's lair. Not smart, Maxine muttered as she took a step forward. Yeah, but she didn't have a better idea. So she kept going. Picking her way across the dirty, disintegrating concrete of the loading dock, Max went slowly, allowing her eyes time to adjust to the insufficient light. Once she had more night vision, she was able to spot a flattened door. That must have been the battering sound she'd heard right after Jeff and the others had disappeared from her sight. Maxine crept forward. She reached the open doorway and leaned through it. She peered left and right, and saw that she was on the threshold of the pizzeria's stainless steel-filled industrial kitchen. "Jeff?" Maxine called softly. Nothing but silence answered her. Maxine gingerly stepped into the kitchen. She looked around. "Carl?" she tried. This time, Maxine got a response. Of sorts. The trill of a child's laughter came from behind Maxine. The sound felt like a light touch, a tickle between her shoulder blades. Maxine twirled around. Immediately, she saw the source of the laughter. Standing in a muted golden luminance emanating from a door on the opposite side of the kitchen, a little sandy-haired boy stared at Maxine coolly. No smile. No expression at all. The child's expression was blank. He must be lost, Maxine thought, and traumatized. Maxine opened her mouth to say hello, but the boy turned and dashed away before she could even begin her greeting. He flashed through the open doorway and disappeared into the dapples of gray outside of the kitchen. "Hey, wait!" Maxine shouted. No longer thinking about her brother or Bonesy, Maxine strode forward, following the boy. A lost little kid trumped everything. She had to help him. Exiting the kitchen, Maxine found herself in a long hallway that was as dark and uninviting as an abandoned tunnel in a coal mine. She looked left and right down the black and white checkerboard-floored hall. It was empty. "Hello?" Maxine called out. The word danced down the hall, spun around, and came back. A pervasive hush chased it. Max tried again, more loudly. "Hello?" Once again, The word twirled away from her and came flying back. Once again, utter stillness followed it. Maxine frowned, gazing down the hall again, both ways. Which direction should she go? Maxine shrugged. She turned to her left. "Cold!" The word came out in 2 syllables. Co-old. It was a child's voice. From the pitch, it sounded like the same little boy who had giggled. The sound came from the right end of the hallway. Maxine reversed her direction. She took a step forward. "Warmer!" Same little boy's voice. Playful. Maxine made a face. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered. The kid wasn't as traumatized as she'd thought he was. Maybe he wasn't even lost. Still, she should probably find him in case he was. And she still needed to find Jeff, too. Maxine took a half step forward. Her head swiveled left and right. All of her nerve endings were on alert. For the next few minutes, Maxine pushed deeper into the bowels of the tomb-like building, pausing to listen at closed doors, but lacking the courage to open them. Maxine followed the hallway until it went around a corner. "Warmer!" the boy said again. His voice sounded both close and far away at the same time. Maxine still couldn't figure out where the kid was. It almost seemed like he was in the walls, moving along with her. But that was impossible. Maxine looked down the stretch of corridor in front of her, and for the first time since she'd left the kitchen, she saw movement. A set of double doors at the far end of the hall was swinging, as if someone had just pushed through them. Maxine eyed the wagging doors. Had the boy gone that way? Or was it someone else? Maxine opened her mouth to call her brother's name, but some instinct closed her mouth again. Wrapping her arms around herself to ward off the chill that made it feel like her skin was inching its way along her bones, Maxine walked slowly toward the doors. Each of her steps ticked a shy cadence on the cracked linoleum. Tap, tap, tap. Maxine, fighting the overpowering urge to run in the opposite direction, forced herself forward. She felt oddly disconnected from herself, as if she wasn't so much moving as she was being moved. It felt like she was being compelled through a black hole by some magnetic force. And then she was pushing through the double doors herself. Halfway through them, she paused. Pencil-like lines of golden light, 3 of them, inched toward Maxine. She looked ahead at them, and she realized she was seeing sunlight coming through dirty, narrow windows. The light was odd, almost sepia-toned. Maxine took another step and let go of the doors. A shush, shush, and a tickle of air current told her the doors were falling closed behind her. "Hello?" Maxine called. "Are you in here?" When she got no answer, again, Maxine checked her surroundings. As soon as she did, her crawling skin picked up its pace. So did her heart rate. What is this place? Maxine rotated to take in the metal shelving and stainless steel work tables. Her gaze scanned piles of tools and what looked like robotic parts. Metal legs and arms and torsos and eyeless heads were... Maxine's gaze stopped scanning and locked in. It had gotten stuck on something Maxine hadn't noticed at first. Beyond the work tables, a reclining metal chair with straps sat empty. Above the chair and spaced throughout the room, metal pendant lights hung low, dripping only the barest hint of illumination. That's not good, Maxine thought. Maxine so wanted to run. Why wasn't she running? Against her own will, Maxine took another 2 steps into the room. She intended to look around to see if she could spot the little boy, but her gaze remained riveted on the chair. Even when Maxine felt a shiver of warning skittering down her spine, the sensation of being watched strong and urgent, she kept her gaze fixed on the chair. For all she knew, a monster was behind her, but she couldn't seem to turn to find out. Psst! It was the little boy again. Close. And loud. Maxine yelped and finally spun around. She scrutinized the area behind her, but she couldn't see the kid. Where was he? Maxine was getting really, really tired of this game. It was beyond creepy in here. The robot parts Maxine had first seen in the room were bad enough, but now her gaze had landed on a more complete robot. An animatronic. A big one. Maxine had to tilt her head back to inspect the full height of it. The jitters that were still prodding Maxine to run kicked up a notch, but Maxine stayed where she was. She studied the massive thing guardedly. What Maxine was looking at appeared to be a decommissioned version of one of the animal characters that had been part of the pizzeria's heyday. In fact, Maxine thought, as she looked at the motley, broken-down bear more closely, this might have been Freddy himself. Although the stiff, ragged-looking robotic bear had all its parts intact, unlike whatever critters had lost the pieces lying around the room, it had seen better days. Its brown fur, matted, grungy, and smelling disgustingly of decay, had large chunks missing, as if something had eaten its way through the plush covering from the inside. The missing pieces of fur revealed ropey twines of wires and sharp lengths of aging metal. The bare face was the most intact part of the robot's structure. Its impossibly wide mouth was stuffed full of what looked like very sharp white teeth, and its round, white eyes were in pristine condition. "In here!" It was the little boy again. His voice was muffled, and it was coming from... Maxine gave herself a mental shake. That can't be right, she thought. But replaying the boy's words in her head, Maxine realized she had heard what she'd thought she'd heard. The boy's voice was coming from inside the ratty bear. "How in the heck did you get in there?" Maxine asked. Her question was hushed, disbelieving. Steeling herself, Maxine took a step forward. She kept an eye unwaveringly on the bear as she stepped forward yet again. Hesitating an instant, she finally leaned in and put her ear against the grimy bear's chest. Maxine immediately heard a childish giggle. She jumped back and gawked at the bear's belly. The kid was inside the bear. How did it... It didn't matter. Maxine had to get the kid out of the thing. Giggling or not, the boy was little, and Maxine couldn't just leave him inside a mountain of gross fur and metal. But how was she going to get the boy out? Maxine walked around the bear. Gingerly, she poked and pushed at various parts of its anatomy. There must be a switch or something, she thought. Nothing that Maxine messed with on the bear did anything, except the jaw. When Maxine reached up and put her hand against the side of the bear's head, the jaw moved. Encouraged, Maxine shifted her hand and levered the jaw downward. The bear's mouth yawned apart, revealing an opening that got bigger, and bigger, and bigger. Maxine goggled at the huge, gaping hole that now made up the lower half of the bear's face. She frowned at the aperture. Was it big enough for a child to get through? Probably. But from where Maxine stood, well below the bear's open mouth, she couldn't see down inside the bear. Maxine looked around the room. She needed something to stand on. Maxine spotted a folding chair tucked against the end of one of the long shelves. She trotted over and grabbed it. Bringing the dirty, gray metal chair back to the animatronic, Maxine positioned it in front of the bear's legs. She stepped up onto the chair's seat. The chair let out a snapping ping, and it wobbled. but it held. Maxine shifted her feet and leaned toward the gaping mouth. It was amazing how a human being could powerfully want to do one thing and yet do the exact opposite. Every fiber of Maxine's being was yelling, "No!" as she put her face toward the bear's parted teeth. As soon as Maxine got close enough to the mouth, she tilted her head to look down inside the cavern of the bear's torso. She gasped when a small hand rose up, reaching toward her face. "There you," Maxine began. But then her words, and her face, were snatched downward. The little hand had seized her by the mouth, small fingers curled around her lower teeth and lip. It yanked, and Maxine, squealing, was heaved downward through a metal-filled tunnel wrapped in wires. Maxine was on the skinny side, but she wasn't skinny enough to fit comfortably through the confines of an animatronic trachea. Metal scoring at her skin, Maxine screamed as her feet came off the chair. Vaguely aware of the sound of the chair clattering to the floor, Maxine scissored her feet and pressed her hands against the bear's crusty shoulders. She pushed against the hard surface and kicked frantically. Maxine felt her foot graze against something, and she heard a ting. She'd hit one of the pendant lights. Trying to twist one way and then the other to get free, Maxine saw the pendant's light rays careen frenziedly back and forth. Still being lowered inexorably into a seemingly bottomless, lightless well, Maxine kept fighting, even as her skin was ravaged by serrated metal. She craned her neck, looking up toward freedom. On the ceiling, she caught a glimpse of a shadow play. Her churning legs and flapping arms created a tangle of light and dark entanglements that looked like the battle between a knight and a tail-whipping dragon. Watching her struggle this way almost made it seem impersonal, like Maxine was outside of it, not caught within it. Another powerful tug came from inside the bear, and Maxine had to admit that this was happening to her, and it was very personal. Maxine slipped even farther into the darkness, and then a shocking, searing, jagged pressure sliced through Maxine's waist, and she screamed. Through her screams, she heard a wet thud. Maxine's brain had only seconds left, but in those seconds, Maxine knew she'd just heard the sound of her lower body hitting the floor. The bear had bitten her in half. Mike sat at his kitchen table. He wasn't doing much of anything, just sitting there. Well, actually, he was doing something. He held the plastic and tin fake security badge, and he was turning it over and over in his hand, staring at it as if it were a crystal ball that could give him answers to his endless questions. Most of Mike's questions were related to the odd happenings in his dreams. Those questions were so complex that he knew he had no hope of answering them. Another set of questions were related to Vanessa. What an odd woman. But odd in a good way. Mike was powerfully drawn to her, and at the same time, she made him profoundly nervous. No way his brain could think him out of that tangle either. Of course, there were the usual questions about how Mike was going to clean up the train wreck that was his life. But those questions were old and boring, and they, too, had no answers. So, Mike settled on the most immediate puzzle. How could he make up with Abby? His sister was seriously angry with him for locking her in her room the night before. As a result, she was even more distant than usual. Mike wished he could explain to Abby that everything he did was part of his attempt to take care of her. His overriding goal was to protect her, keep her safe. But Abby didn't want to hear anything Mike had to say. A few feet from Mike, high-pitched chatter and canned laughter came from the TV. Abby sat on the sofa, but she didn't seem to be paying attention to the cartoon on the screen. She was, as usual, bent over her drawing pad. She scribbled constantly, a furrow between her brows, her tongue clamped between her teeth and protruding from her lips. Mike sighed and stood. He walked over to the couch and sat down next to Abby. "What are you working on?" Mike asked. Abby stopped drawing. She got up and flounced into the kitchen, sitting down in the very chair that Mike had just vacated. Mike sighed. "So, what's the plan here?" Mike asked Abby's back. She was wearing banana yellow overalls today. The crisscross of the overalls' back straps seemed to glare at Mike. "You're never going to speak to me again?" he pushed. Abby said nothing. She centered her drawing pad in front of her on the table. She arranged a dozen or so drawing pens next to it. Then she bent over her drawing again. "Seems like it," Mike thought. Mike fingered the badge once more. He held it up, out in front of him. "I guess you don't want this, then," he said. Abby looked up. Mike smiled. "Gotcha," he thought. Mike tossed the badge to Abby. She lifted a hand and caught it. "Pretty cool, right?" Mike asked. Abby held the badge and glanced at it with apparent disinterest. Mike knew her well enough, however, to recognize fake nonchalance when he saw it. Maybe he'd cracked her armor. But no. Abby threw the badge back at Mike. He barely snatched it from the air before it hit him in the nose. Abby picked up a pencil and returned to drawing. Mike looked up at the ceiling and exhaled loudly. "Forget it," he said. Mike stood. Striding back into the kitchen, he grabbed the knob of the junk drawer near the sink. He went to pull it open. It jammed. He jiggled it, biting back a curse. Finally, he got the drawer open, and he dropped the toy badge in with the other junk. He rammed the drawer back into place. Turning toward his sister, Mike said, to the back of her head, "I'm trying my best, Abby. I really am." Abby remained mute. Okay, so it's like that, Mike thought. Mike headed toward the hallway. At first, Abby didn't move, but then, out of the corner of Mike's eye, he saw her lift her head, just a little. Mike pretended he didn't see Abby's gaze flit his way. He also pretended that he didn't see her expression, which looked every bit as remorseful as he felt himself. Maybe she'll come around soon, Mike told himself as he headed to his bedroom. There was nothing he could do if she didn't, and certainly there was nothing more he could do right now. On to other mysteries. Mike entered his bedroom, leaving the door open so he could listen for Abby, in case she decided to call to him, or get in some kind of trouble. Mike opened his closet and plucked his laptop from the single shelf above his pitifully sparse collection of clothes. Heck, make that his sparse collection of his belongings, period. Mike had no furniture in his room, other than a bed and a nightstand, not just because he couldn't afford anything more. He also had no need for other pieces of furniture. He had nothing to put on or in dressers or bureaus or desks. Besides his clothes and shoes, his laptop, and a few tools, all his closet held was a box of old photographs and a plastic container of wooden blocks. The blocks had been Mike's favorite toy when he was a kid. He'd always loved building things. In spite of everything, he couldn't bring himself to throw the blocks out. Taking his laptop to his bed and feeling supremely sorry for himself, Mike fluffed his pillow and settled himself back against the headboard. He opened his laptop. After logging in, he clicked on his browser icon and he started typing in a search box. Mike began with Freddy Fazbear. He hit enter and looked at the screen. Mike's search brought up not much more than a bunch of stock images of Freddy and his weirdo cohorts. Mike got up-close looks at the bunny, the chick, and the fox, as well as a few other critters he didn't know about. But he didn't find anything interesting. He backed out of the search. Then he tried again, typing, Freddy Fazbear Missing Children. Now we're talking. Mike said as a slew of news headlines popped up on his screen. Mike scanned them, and he picked, "Sad Night at Freddy's." Clicking on the header, Mike skimmed the article. Unfortunately, it didn't tell him much more than Vanessa had. But wait, there was an embedded video. Mike clicked on the video and hit the play icon. Watching the white circle spinning in the middle of his screen, Mike tapped his fingers on the side of his laptop as he waited for the video to load. Finally, the image of a blonde, pert-nosed female reporter filled Mike's screen. The woman's drop-shouldered top and leggings, as well as the curly wildness of her big hair, screamed 80s. Mid-80s, Mike thought. The woman had a painted-on face typical for the time. She had large eyes and a wide mouth, and at the moment, both eyes and mouth were arranged in a theatrical expression of tragic regret. The woman was precisely positioned in front of a bright, shiny version of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. It was the Freddy's Mike was guarding, but it was a blast-from-the-past variant of the place. The paint was fresh, the lighting was bright, and there were people milling around it, lots of people. And police cars. Several uniformed officers were corralling onlookers. Men in suits, obviously detectives, were strutting about importantly. The puffy-haired woman wasn't the only reporter on scene, either. A bunch of news vans were parked just beyond a ribbon of yellow crime scene tape, which fluttered in a steady breeze. A few other men and women with microphones posed in front of cameramen who had heavy 80s-era video cameras weighing down their shoulders. The blonde reporter began speaking. "Tragedy struck tonight," she began predictably, "at a local pizzeria. Freddy's Pizzeria has become renowned for family fun, a great place for kids. But tonight, it was anything but that. Instead, it was the heartbreaking setting of abduction and terror. 5 children, who were attending a birthday event at the pizzeria, suddenly and mysteriously vanished into thin air." Mike was immediately caught up in the scene. He leaned closer to his screen. Chapter 14. Abby tried to concentrate on her drawing, but she was distracted. Her gaze kept drifting up from her pad. Her attention was drawn to the drawer that held the Freddy's badge. Abby turned and looked down the hall, toward her brother's room. His door was open, and she could hear a woman's voice. Faint, just a murmur. Abby couldn't make out the woman's words. It sounded like Mike was on his computer. Abby turned toward the drawer. Abandoning her artwork, she stood. She stepped over to the drawer and looked down at it. Okay, so maybe the badge was pretty cool. Just because her stupid brother had tried to give it to her to make up for being mean the night before didn't mean the badge wasn't worth having. Abby grabbed the drawer handle and pulled. The drawer didn't open. She tried again, but the drawer was jammed. That wasn't something new. Most of the kitchen drawers got stuck regularly. Usually, if you just jiggled them. Abby tried that. She pulled again. Nope. The drawer was shut tight. Abby turned and braced herself against the side of the counter. She thought that might give her something to push off of so she could pull with more oomph. She grabbed the handle and tried again. The news reporter on Mike's laptop screen was stepping into a lobby that was both the same and totally different than the one Mike knew. The floor was the friendly old black and white checkerboard. The walls were red and white striped. Freddy's posters, red vinyl benches. Beyond these touchstones, however, the lobby was very different. For one thing, it was bright, lit up with brilliant white light. And it was crowded. The blonde reporter stepped in front of a cluster of uniformed... Crash! At first, caught up in the video, Mike thought the sound had come from his screen. He quickly realized, though, that the racket wasn't recorded. It was real. "What the hell was that?" he asked out loud. Immediately, an answer put him in motion. Abby, he thought. Mike quickly set aside his laptop. He jumped up and ran out of his room. It took Mike only seconds to trot down the hallway. In those seconds, his mind suggested a number of possible catastrophes. He ignored the images and burst into the kitchen. There, he stopped and looked at the floor. The first thing Mike saw on the floor was the upside-down junk drawer. It lay at an angle against a battered old flashlight. Around the drawer, an explosion of miscellaneous items: old pens, tacks, scraps of paper, a half-empty spool of thread, a pair of scissors, a couple old business cards, several takeout menus, a purple-haired troll, and the fake Freddy's security badge was scattered across the kitchen's faded green linoleum. Abby was standing over the mess. Mike opened his mouth to yell at her about being careful, but when he saw the look on her face and what she held in her hands, his words dissolved in his head. Oh, man, Mike thought. Missing its cover page, the thick, stapled packet of paper that Abby clutched was the custody proposal Jane had given Mike. Clearly, given the crumpled, devastated expression on Abby's face, she'd read the custody summons header. He'd never seen her look so hurt. Why didn't I stash that in my bedroom? Mike asked himself. Stupid. I made a mess, Abby said. Sorry. It's okay, Mike said. The mess was beside the point. How was he supposed to handle this? I'm not mad, Mike said. He held out a hand. Can I have that? Abby hesitated. Then she held out the packet of paper. Mike took the papers, wanting very badly to beat himself over the head with them. Look, Mike said. They're just papers. They don't mean anything. Abby wrinkled her nose. She wasn't falling for that. Then why do you have them? She asked. It's complicated, Mike said. Abby gave him a, oh, come on, look. Mike tried again. Your Aunt Jane... I hate her, Abby erupted. She stomped a foot and crunched one of the old pens lying next to the crashed drawer. She smells like cigarettes. Abby made a something stinks face. And she's mean, she added. In spite of the seriousness of the situation, Mike couldn't help himself. He cracked a smile. Abby stomped her foot again. This time, her heel narrowly missed the poor troll. Stop smiling, Abby commanded. It's not funny. Mike kept smiling. I know, he said. It's just nice that there's something we can finally agree on. He was trying to lighten the mood, but Abby wasn't having it. You're gonna give me away? Abby asked. Her voice was small, forlorn. How do I answer that? Mike asked himself. How could he explain the complexities of the situation to a 10-year-old? 3 sharp raps on his front door saved Mike from dealing with the issue. Attempting to hide his relief, Mike turned and strode toward the door. He pulled it back, and his mouth gaped even farther open than the door. Vanessa? Mike wouldn't have been more surprised if he'd found the news reporter with the 80s hair on his front porch. An avalanche of questions rushed through Mike's head. What was Vanessa doing here? How did she even know where he lived? Was this official business? Was he in some kind of trouble? Mike looked past Vanessa, who was in full uniform, and eyed her black and white cruiser, which was parked in the street beyond his rolling heap. His poor car looked like it was trying to sink down into the gravel drive, humiliated by the comparison of its junkyard appearance next to the cruiser's sleek, shiny paint and chrome. Hey, Mike, Vanessa said lightly. It was the friendly Vanessa speaking. She didn't sound official at all. Mike couldn't get his tongue to work. Vanessa didn't seem to mind. She looked past Mike's shoulder, and her eyes widened in obvious surprise. "And hello." Mike glanced back and watched his sister tiptoe forward. He returned his attention to Vanessa and pulled the door farther open. "Come in?" he asked. Vanessa hesitated, but then stepped through the doorway. She didn't come all the way in, though. She stood in the doorway, blocking it so he couldn't close the door. He shrugged. It was warm outside. Mike felt Abby come up behind him. He looked down and watched her lean out around him to eye Vanessa. Mike engaged his tongue. "Vanessa," he said. "This is Abby. Abby, Vanessa." "Hello, Abby," Vanessa said, smiling. Mike thought the smile looked a little strained. "Mike didn't tell me he had a daughter," Vanessa said. Abby made a stink face. "Gross!" "She's my sister," Mike explained. Vanessa's smile relaxed into something more genuine. "Ah. Well, he didn't tell me he had a sister either." Vanessa pointed at Abby. "Love your overalls," she said. She gave Abby a thumbs up. "Are you here to arrest Mike?" Abby asked. Vanessa put her hands on her utility belt. She pulled her brows together into a stern frown. "Why?" she asked. "What did he do?" Abby stepped out from behind Mike. She sighed dramatically and threw out her hands. "Where do I start?" Mike watched Vanessa pull her lips together to suppress a smile. "Hey, Abby," Mike said to his sister. "Why don't you go play in your room? I'm going to talk to Vanessa, and then we can clean up that mess in the kitchen." Abby looked from Mike to Vanessa and back again to Mike. Shrugging, she said, "Okay." Mike felt like he'd been beamed into another universe. Abby was going to cooperate? Abby rocked up onto her tiptoes and gave Vanessa a polite smile. "Nice to meet you." She turned and skipped down the hall. "You too," Vanessa called. Vanessa and Mike both watched Abby go. When she disappeared into her room, they looked at each other. Then they both spoke at once. "What are you doing here?" Mike asked. "Somebody broke into Freddy's," Vanessa said. "Say what?" Mike thought. Vanessa's question won. "Seriously?" Mike said. "What happened?" Vanessa shook her head in disgust. Mike noticed that the sunlight made streaks in her hair that flashed like light streamers. "From the look of the place," Vanessa said, "World War III. Mike couldn't process that. He was distracted by the light show in Vanessa's up-twisted hair. "We got a call," Vanessa said. "Apparently, someone drove by and saw that the front door was open." Starting at the word apparently, Vanessa's voice took on a different tone. Gone was the light and friendly. Her words became clipped and severe. Mike glanced up at Vanessa's face. Her lips looked like they weren't even capable of smiling. They were carved of stone and threatened to crack as she went on. "It doesn't look like anything was taken, but whoever was there sure had their fun." She was back in full-on cop mode, Mike realized. Her eyes were narrowed, and she was inspecting him like he was a criminal suspect. He was half tempted to ask if he needed a lawyer. Mike's shoulders stiffened. He clenched his teeth and ground out, "Well, those cameras are everywhere. They must have recorded something." "They did." Vanessa crossed her arms. "They captured 8 hours and 42 minutes of static." She lifted a brow and looked at Mike questioningly. No doubt about it. Mike was a suspect. She was interrogating him. Mike had been joking around with himself when he'd thought about asking for a lawyer, but now he realized this wasn't a joking matter. Even so, it was laughable and annoying. Mike was tired of being accused of being a screw-up. "Right," Mike snapped. "Okay, just so we're clear, you're suggesting I had something to do with it?" Vanessa fingered her baton. Give me a break, Mike thought. Are you saying you didn't? Vanessa asked. Mike lost his temper. Of course I didn't, he shouted. Vanessa pulled her chin in and raised both eyebrows. She lifted the hand that wasn't caressing her police baton. She held out the hand, palm up. Mike looked down and saw his prescription pill bottle. It was empty. Recognize this? Vanessa asked. An engine revved in the street. Mike glanced past Vanessa and saw his neighbor's shiny new red SUV rolling past. Great. The news of his arrest would be passed all through the neighborhood. No doubt Jane would get wind of it. Hell, she probably already knew. Mike, who had been working up a head of steam that had heated up his cheeks, felt the blood drain away. He was sure he was probably, look at me, I'm guilty, pale. He swallowed and tried to work up enough saliva to speak. When he finally did, he stuttered out his response. It's not what you think, he said, sounding like it was exactly what she thought. Vanessa gave him a disbelieving look. He couldn't blame her for it. Mike tried again. They're sleeping pills, he said. I take them to sleep. He knew that wasn't exactly a stellar proclamation of righteous innocence. A night guard who took sleeping pills on the job wasn't a pillar of virtue. I know what they are, Mike, Vanessa said. It's written right on the bottle. She didn't say, duh, but her tone got the sentiment across. Mike couldn't come up with anything to say. He was busted, and he knew it. His shoulders slumped, and he hung his head. But then he felt a stirring of annoyance in his belly. Okay, so he'd been sleeping, but nothing had happened while he slept. The place had been fine when he'd left it. How was the break-in his fault? That thought gave Mike words. It wasn't my fault, he said. Vanessa snorted. Newsflash. If you're too whacked out to remember to lock the dang door when you leave your shift, accident or not, you're liable. It's called criminal negligence. You were there too, Mike said. Vanessa bristled. I left the building before you did, and it's your job to lock up. Mike frowned. But I was sure I did. He winced at the whine in his tone. Vanessa sighed. Her face softened just a little. Maybe the whine had made her feel sorry for him. The cop side of Vanessa retreated a bit. Her hand dropped away from her baton. Her lips were no longer granite-like. She even reached out and put a hand lightly on Mike's forearm. Maybe she was on his side after all. When Vanessa spoke, her voice was gentle. Mike, what the hell were you thinking? You're a security guard. Literally, your entire job description is, do not go to sleep. Mike looked at the warped wood floor in front of his door. He really needed to take better care of this place. But when? And with what money? Mike was distracting himself. He sighed and looked up at Vanessa. You wouldn't understand, he said. Vanessa pulled back her hand. So, help me understand, she said. Explain it. Because the second I file a report, the whole thing will be out of my hands. Mike glanced down the hall toward Abby's room. He looked back at Vanessa. How should he handle this? Could he trust Vanessa with his story? Vanessa watched Mike steadily as he vacillated. He probably didn't have much more time before... Hey, Mike said, deciding. You want to walk with me? Vanessa looked startled. Then she frowned and looked down the hall. Your sister? Mike pointed out through his front door. Vanessa turned and looked toward the large concrete V that stretched away from Mike's house from the opposite of the street. It was a stormwater runoff. "We'll only go that far," Mike said. "I'll be able to see the house from there." Vanessa hesitated. Then she nodded. "Sure." Mike followed Vanessa out of his house. He closed and locked the door, then he led her down his driveway and across the street. Crossing a strip of gravel, he offered Vanessa a hand, and he helped her up a grassy embankment that ran along the narrow concrete storm drain. The trough was filled with a brown, sludgy stream of water. Not exactly Venice, Mike thought. "Sometimes I sit over here," Mike said, gesturing at the green slope. "Game?" he asked. Vanessa looked at the scruffy grass. In spite of the recent rain, the tufts of green weren't wet. The sun had dried them out. "Sure." Vanessa lowered herself to the ground, adjusting her utility belt with a snappy creak. They sat together in silence for a couple of minutes. The sun settled on the back of their shoulders. Mike thought it felt like a warm blanket. The water in the storm drain trickled past. In spite of its constant motion, it had a stagnant pond odor. Maybe not the best spot for a heart-to-heart talk, Mike thought. But then, what did he know about heart-to-heart talks? It wasn't like he'd had a lot of them. Mike cleared his throat. He might as well go for it. "I used to have a brother," Mike said. "His name was Garrett." Mike glanced at Vanessa. She was just a couple feet from him, close enough for him to enjoy that vanilla apple flowers scent he'd noticed before. She sat with her knees drawn up, her arms wrapped around her legs. She was at an angle, half facing the view and half facing Mike. Her gaze was steady and focused only on Mike. He squirmed a little, but he kept going. "When I was 12, Mike said, a little older than Abby is now, Garrett got taken. Kidnapped." Vanessa made a little sympathetic sound in the back of her throat, but she didn't speak. She just waited. "I was there when it happened," Mike went on. "I saw the car drive away. But the driver, the license plate, I couldn't tell the police anything useful. So they never found the guy who did it." The guilt and helplessness Mike had felt then, and had carried with him ever since, slapped him like an actual blow to the face. He rubbed his jaw and managed to say, his voice breaking, "They never found my brother." Vanessa still didn't say anything. Mike forced himself to go on. "So, there's, this theory." He hesitated, trying to figure out how to explain it. "It's psychology, I guess. Maybe neurology. Whatever. It's a theory that we never forget things. Even when we think we've forgotten, we haven't." Vanessa frowned, obviously not tracking. Mike needed to do a better job of explaining things. "Basically," Mike said, "the theory says that all of the events we've experienced, everything we've seen, all of it, even down to the tiniest detail, are stored somewhere in our brain. In our, what do you call them? Our neuropathways. Like the brain's highways. The stuff might seem as if it's lost, but it's not. It's just buried. No memory is actually gone. Memories are always retrievable. You just have to know where to look." Vanessa nodded. She seemed to be getting it. "You're talking about witnessing something. We deal with that all the time in law enforcement. Trauma buries stuff." "Exactly," Mike said. Vanessa nodded again. "So, your brother, you think you saw the person who took him?" Mike shifted to face Vanessa. "I know I did," he said. "And I know the creep is in here." Mike tapped his head. "Buried somewhere." Vanessa nodded again, this time more emphatically. Mike hurried on, wanting to get it all out while she was still following along. "So, every night," he said, "I make sure I dream. I dream that dream, the one where I relive the kidnapping, over and over. I go back through it, and I search for details. I look for anything that I might have missed at the time, or anything I might have seen but stuffed away because I couldn't deal with it." Mike paused. He studied Vanessa's face. It was impossible to read. "I've tried explaining this to a couple of people," Mike said, "and this is the point where they told me I was crazy." Mike waited, and because he was still watching Vanessa's face, he saw the instant it transitioned. He'd seen this alteration before. It was unmistakable. The narrowing of the eyes, the stiffening of her mouth, the slight spasm of the muscles along her jawline. The woman sitting next to Mike was no longer the warm and supportive friend she'd felt like when he'd started talking. She was back in cop mode. No, Mike thought. It wasn't cop mode. It was something else. Mike watched, mesmerized, as Vanessa's irises deepened noticeably in hue. They went from their usual soft, almost grayish blue to a deeper indigo. The color shift was so pronounced that it almost looked computer-generated. It was also enormously disquieting. Mike felt like he was watching a human turn into... "I know what crazy looks like, Mike," Vanessa said. Her voice was comfortingly human. Hard, but human. "What you're saying? That isn't it." She shook her head, and her gaze drifted past Mike's face. Her eyes widened, and her lower lip trembled, as if she was seeing... what? "Not even close to crazy," Vanessa said. From a nearby gnarly oak tree, which stretched its branches over the slowly moving storm water, a crow cawed. It flapped its wings and took off, dipping low in front of Mike and Vanessa and then soaring away. And just like that, Vanessa was relaxed again. She reached into her pocket and pulled out Mike's pills. "So, these?" Mike looked at the pills lying on Vanessa's palm. He shrugged. "It's not easy finding your way back to the same place every night. It's taken years of practice, and I still need help. The pills," he gestured at them, "they help. So do other things. Familiar sounds, familiar sights." Vanessa smiled and nodded. "Pining for fun," she quoted his poster. "Visit Nebraska," Mike finished. He looked down, suddenly embarrassed. His embarrassment turned into surprise when Vanessa reached over and took his hand. Mike was so stunned that he almost snatched his hand back, a reflexive movement. He was glad he didn't, though. Vanessa's hand was warm and soft. It felt heartening and very welcome. "I'm sorry," Vanessa said. Pressure welled up behind Mike's eyes. He felt them begin to moisten. Clearing his throat, he turned and looked down at the concrete trough, as if he was gazing at a gorgeous river instead of a mucky storm drainage system. And speaking of storms, Mike was battling one that was stirring up from within him, swirling like a forming hurricane over calm water. Years of regret and grief were blowing up inside of him, threatening to hit landfall and wreak havoc. Mike blinked away the tears that wanted to spill down his cheeks. And then, just like that, the emotion was quelled. The storm blew through. Or maybe Mike was just in the eye of it. Whichever. All he knew was that he now felt clear, determined. Mike turned to face Vanessa again. When he spoke, his voice was strong. "I can't change what happened to Garrett," he said. "He's gone. That's on me. But the guy who took him, he's still out there. I know he is." Vanessa let go of Mike's hand. "And if you find him, then what?" She cocked her head. "Just a reminder, you're still talking to an officer of the law." Her words sounded like a challenge, but Mike caught the hint of a twinkle in her eye. He smiled. "Well then, officer of the law, you can kick his door down and throw him in prison. Obviously." "Of course," Vanessa said. "But—" she shook her head. "Not to burst your bubble, but I'm pretty sure I saw him in a dream won't hold up in court." Vanessa and Mike grinned at each other, and Mike felt something zing inside of him. It was a palpable wow feeling that was much more intense than his casual appreciation of her beauty. And the zing felt like it was going both ways. The look Vanessa was giving Mike was one he hadn't ever seen before. Not directed at him, anyway. Her reciprocation of his feelings was so strong that he felt himself leaning toward her. Vanessa's cheeks flushed. She looked away from Mike. "Your sister seems cool," Vanessa said. "Is it just the two of you?" And the moment was over. "Okay." Mike nodded. "Yeah, our parents are gone." He hesitated. How much should he share? Vanessa had returned her gaze to Mike. Her eyes had settled back into their usual soft blue. Encouraged, Mike kept going. "Mom kind of went bonkers after Garrett was taken. She was gone. I mean, not gone, but they called it catatonic depression. She wouldn't speak, barely moved, for a long time. When she came out of that, she just sort of went through the motions. This continued on for even longer. She acted like a mom, but she wasn't the mom she used to be." When Mike paused, Vanessa didn't move. Her direct gaze pulled the rest of the miserable story out of him. "And she got pregnant," Mike went on. "And suddenly, I had my mom back. She was cheerful, energetic. She joked and laughed. The whole time she was expecting, she was like that. I didn't know then. I found out after. She thought she was going to have a boy. In her mind, which was still broken even though she was acting normal, the baby would be another Garrett." Vanessa nodded, but her lips were twisted. In sympathy? "But the baby was Abby," Mike continued. "And instead of being happy about her baby girl, Mom lost it. Worse than the first time. She just kind of wasted away. We, our family, limped along like that for another 3 years or so. Then, on my 18th birthday, Dad took off." Vanessa sucked in her breath. "No," she whispered. "Yeah," Mike said. "I was already a screwed-up mess. Hard to be a regular teen when you're dragging around a semi-truck full of guilt. And even when Dad was there, he didn't do much parenting. Mom was AWOL, spent most of the time in bed. I took care of Abby pretty much from the time she was born. But once Dad was gone, it was all on me, even figuring out how to support her. Then Mom died. And that was it for me. No college. No nothing." Mike pressed his lips together, once again holding back tears. Vanessa put a hand on Mike's thigh. The warmth flipped his focus from bad memories to the good ones. "You know," Mike said, "when Garrett and I were kids, my mom and dad, they were like those perfect parents you see on old TV shows. Lots of fun. Gave me tons of attention. Family dinner every night." Mike bit his lip and lifted one shoulder in a half shrug. "We even used to hold hands around the table and say grace." Vanessa squeezed Mike's thigh lightly. "That actually sounds really nice," she said. Her words sounded genuine, and maybe a bit melancholy. Mike sighed. "I always thought it was silly. Until it was over." Vanessa looked down at the eddying sludge in the culvert below them. For a full minute, she said nothing. Mike, talked out, sat silently. "The way it was with your parents before?" Vanessa finally said. "It sounds like you were happy." Mike nodded. "And you and Abby, you still have each other," Vanessa went on. "From where I sit, I'd say you're pretty lucky. College or not." Vanessa lightly bumped his knee with hers. Mike took that to mean she wasn't judging him for his bitterness. Mike smiled at her. Vanessa returned the smile, and she gazed at him steadily. Vanessa's attentiveness drained the remaining tension from Mike's body. He felt more relaxed than he had in a long time. But then, once again, the blue in Vanessa's eyes got darker, and her focus, although still on Mike, blurred. He felt like she had drifted off in her mind. He sensed a startlingly strong disconnect. Something had cut the link that was forming between them. That something, Mike thought, hinted at a secret, something hidden in Vanessa's past. Would she share it with him? The police radio clipped to the shoulder of Vanessa's uniform spat static. Vanessa tensed and glanced down at it. "Did you always want to be a cop?" Mike blurted. He wanted to jumpstart the personal connection with her again. Vanessa lifted her gaze to Mike's face. "Yes," she said. Mike waited to see if she'd elaborate, but she didn't. Still, the one word had said enough. Mike was sure it contained a novel-sized story. Vanessa had reasons for wanting to be a cop. She wasn't, however, going to share them with him now. "I always wanted to be a builder," Mike offered. "A contractor. Maybe own a construction company." He blew out air. "Maybe in another life." Vanessa didn't say anything. Mike felt awkward, like he was oversharing. "I should go," Vanessa said. She brushed off her dark blue pants. Mike stood and similarly swiped at his jeans. Fragrant blades of grass and a few leaves spiraled around his legs and settled at his feet. Mike and Vanessa started walking back toward his house. Mike glanced at her. "What about your report?" he asked. Vanessa lifted her hand. She still held Mike's pill bottle. Mike tensed, but then Vanessa turned and tossed the pill bottle over her shoulder. It bounced down the concrete sides of the storm drain and landed in the dribble of gunky brown water. It began tumbling away from them in slow motion, spinning around and around. "Promise me one thing," Vanessa said. Mike looked at her. She was leaning toward him, her irises once again dark blue, her eyes squinted forcefully. Mike almost physically recoiled from the power of her gaze. "What?" he asked. "No more sleeping," Vanessa said. "When you're at Freddy's, you stay alert." Mike nodded, but he was glad he didn't have Pinocchio's nose. He was lying. He wasn't sure it was a promise he could keep. Chapter 15. A couple hours after Vanessa left, Mike stood in his kitchen and watched the sky outside his window turn orange. For the 5th time, he redialed Max's number. When he put the phone to his ear, he heard the same thing he'd already heard 4 times. "Hey, it's Maxine," Max's voice said. "Leave a message. Or don't." Mike sighed and dropped his phone. He glanced over at Abby. Already in her flannel PJs, pink with bright red stars all over, Abby was sitting on the sofa. She had Dolph tucked under one arm, and her drawing pad was on her lap. Of course she was drawing. The TV was on in the background, and of course she didn't seem to be paying any attention to it. Mike looked back outside again. The sky was still orange, and the orange color was getting deeper. He looked at his watch. He was running out of time. "Where are you?" Mike asked out loud as he dialed Max's number for the 6th time. Mike listened to Max's message once again. He heaved another, louder sigh. He looked over at Abby. She lifted her head and met his gaze. Rubber crunching over loose rocks and broken gravel, engine lugging. Mike's old car coughed to a stop against the curb in front of Freddy's. Mike looked through his windshield at the old building. This is a very bad idea, he thought. When the sun had gone down, a thin fog had rolled down out of the hills at the edge of town. The moon, slightly larger tonight than the night before, still managed to deliver its shine, but that shine was smeared by the dense, moist air. The hazy moonlight on the pizzeria made the building look otherworldly. Mike's imagination turned the building into a big hand, just wanting to reach out and grab the car. Mike turned and looked at his sister, who sat primly upright in the back seat, still in her PJs and still clutching Dolph. Abby was ensconced next to a large backpack, which Mike had stuffed with blankets for a hidey tent and a sleeping bag. Abby was looking eagerly at Freddy's. You would have thought they were outside an amusement park. "This isn't a vacation, Abs," Mike said. "You're not here to have fun." Abby kept her gaze on the pizzeria. "Okay," she said. Mike deepened his voice, attempting to sound stern. "I will work," he said. "You will sleep. And under no circumstances are you to leave my office." Abby kept staring at Freddy's. Mike leaned over the seat and waved a hand in front of his sister's face. "I need you to look at me and tell me you understand." Abby didn't shift her gaze. "I understand," she said. Mike raised his voice. "Abby!" Finally, Abby looked at him. "I understand." She managed to burden the word with 2 tons of attitude. The heavy metal door clanged shut, as usual, after Mike ushered his sister inside the restaurant. As the bone-rattling clank stopped reverberating, Mike stared at the lobby in dismay. "What happened?" Abby asked. Mike's gaze hopped from the broken glass to the ragged holes in the drywall. He took in the bench's torn vinyl. He frowned at a stream of quarters that seemed to lead down the hallway. Mike adjusted the strap of the large backpack he had slung over his left shoulder. He looked down at his sister. "Give me your hand." Surprisingly, she did so without hesitation. Mike began guiding her forward. He did his best to weave around the worst of the glass shards, but navigating Abby through the destruction was unnerving. He felt like he was leading his sister to her execution. "It smells funny in here," Abby said as Mike deliberately put his body between hers and the archway to the dining room. One glance through the arch told Mike that the damage in that room was even worse than what he was seeing in the lobby. Not that the hallway was much better. Like the lobby, the hallway floor was carpeted in glass, and the trail of coins continued. Abby was right about the smell. Freddy's had never smelled great, but now its odors were even worse. The smell was pungent and made Mike's nostrils burn. Continuing to step carefully, Mike got Abby down the length of the hall. He ushered her into the office. Once there, he let go of Abby's hand and shut the door. Abby stepped forward and looked around, her eyes bright and curious. The office, strangely, appeared to be untouched by the vandals. All the electronic equipment was as it should be. Huh, Mike thought. Dismissing the mystery of why vandals hadn't destroyed the CCTV monitors, Mike turned his attention to getting Abby settled. He slipped the backpack off his shoulder. "Help me make your hidey tent," Mike said to Abby. Abby, who had been inching toward the desk, and the monitors, turned back toward Mike. She nodded. For the next few minutes, Mike and Abby worked together to form a hidey tent from the blankets, using the filing cabinets as tent posts. They unrolled her sleeping bag, and Abby crawled inside of it. Once there, she snuggled into a ball on her side, doll firmly pressed against her chest. Mike, crouching on his heels in front of the makeshift tent flaps, was happy to see that Abby's lids were drooping. "Do you want me to turn off the lights?" he asked. Abby shook her head. Her lids fluttered even lower. "Good night," Mike said. Abby didn't respond. Her eyes had closed. Mike backed through the overlapping blankets. He started to let them fall together, but he paused when Abby spoke. "It's like we're camping," Abby said. Her voice was nearly whisper-soft, groggy. Mike opened his mouth to respond, but he saw his sister's mouth drop open slightly. Her breathing slowed. Mike smiled and closed up the hidey tent. He exhaled softly, the concern that he was making a mistake bringing Abby to Freddy's abating now that she was tucked in. "It's going to be okay," he thought. Mike straightened and crossed over to the desk. He checked the CCTV monitors, scanning all of the interior feeds. Wow, he thought. Someone really did do a number on the place. Mike frowned. He was sure he'd locked up the night of the storm, but he still felt guilty about what had happened. He glanced at the hidey tent. Pee-wee, childish snoring sounds were coming from within the overlapped blankets. Mike looked back at the monitors. He sighed. Vandalism cleanup wasn't in his job description, but he couldn't leave the place this way. He listened to Abby snoring for a few more seconds. Then he left the office, closing the door behind him. Looking at the closed door for a moment, Mike hesitated. She was safe in there, wasn't she? He shook off his willies. Sure she was. Mike took a step forward and cringed at the crunching glass beneath his feet. Step one, he decided, had to be sweeping up all the glass. Resolved, Mike strode down the hall. He ignored the crackling and tinkling sounds that his feet made as they shattered more glass and kicked errant quarters. Halfway down the hall, Mike stopped in front of the frosted glass-fronted door of the supply closet. Opening the door, he reached in and up. He put his hand on the pull string that hung from the closet's single bulb. Then he hesitated. The closet wasn't covered by CCTV, and given the chaotic shambles in the rest of the pizzeria, he wasn't sure what he was going to find in here. Mike yanked on the pull string. The bulb came on, and Mike gazed at a perfectly ordinary collection of janitorial equipment. Maybe it was a little jostled, but otherwise all seemed to be... Wait, what was that? Glancing at the open door, Mike noticed a few drops of red on the frosted glass. And a faint smear. Was that blood? Mike shrugged. Maybe one of the vandals cut themselves. Mike stepped forward and turned to his left. Instantly, he jumped back. "Oh, good grief," he said. What had startled him was the stupid balloon boy. Mike made a face at the grinning little bug-eyed doll. "How'd you get in here?" Mike asked the doll. Vandals with a sense of humor, he thought. Mike turned the boy's face toward the wall. Ignoring the little pit-a-pat of his nerve endings, why did the stupid doll get to him? Mike grabbed a push broom. He quickly turned around, tugged on the light cord, and left the supply closet. He shut the door firmly behind him. For the next couple hours, Mike put his nose to the grindstone. Having been a janitor several times, Mike could handle a push broom like a pro. So, the work, though not the most fun in the world, wasn't difficult. Starting in the hallway, Mike swept everything that littered the floor into a pile that he pushed against one side wall of the dining room. The pile included all the glass from the hall and the lobby and all the coins that were strewn around. He was tempted to go through the pile and pull out the coins. It would be kind of like panning for gold, but he decided to deal with that later. Mike consolidated all of the dining room furniture, making another pile of broken chairs and tables. In the arcade area, he couldn't really do much with the destroyed game cabinets. All he could really do was more sweeping. The glass that littered the floor there joined the other glass in the dining room pile. When he was sweeping in front of the stage, Mike encountered a yellow puddle and a strong ammonia odor. "Gross," Mike said. Pushing his broom ahead of him, Mike headed to the kitchen. When he passed through the service doors into the vast stainless steel domain, he sighed. This was going to be another big job. But Mike tackled it. Righting shelving units, returning pots and pans, dented but still usable, to their places, and sweeping up more broken shards, these were thicker pieces of dinnerware, Mike got the kitchen back in semi-order. Then he returned to the task that had originally brought him in here. He filled a couple buckets with warm, soapy water. Mike took the buckets to the stage, returned to the supply closet to get a mop, and then headed back to the stage again. He spent the next several minutes thoroughly cleaning the area at the base of center stage. He even cleaned past that area, wanting to be sure he didn't miss a single speck of what one vandal had left behind. Once Mike was done with that cleanup, he left the buckets where they were. He'd take care of them later. He was running out of steam, and he still had a lot to do. Returning to the supply closet, Mike found a dustpan and a box of heavy-duty garbage bags. He then tackled the task of turning his pile of glass and debris into 4 tidy bags of vandal detritus. And he filtered out the coins. Not sure what to do with the pile of quarters, Mike put them in another bag. He took the overstuffed bags back to the loading dock, where he discovered how the vandals had gotten in. He found a broken padlock lying on the floor. A new one had already been installed on the outer door, and he saw that the back door to the kitchen was broken down. The break-in hadn't been Mike's fault at all. Finally, Mike retreated to the archway with the bag of coins and his mop and broom. He stopped there to survey his handiwork, and he wasn't fully unsatisfied with it. The room looked better than it had, and it was the best he could do at the moment. Mike took the mop and broom back to the supply closet. He stowed the bag of coins there, too. Then, his shoulders and back yelling at him for all the physical labor he'd put them through, Mike returned to the office. Mike opened the office door slowly, and he stepped softly as he entered. He looked toward the hidey tent, and he was happy to hear Abby still quietly snoring away. He glanced up at the clock above the tent. It was almost 4 a.m. Mike looked at the desk chair. Briefly, he thought about the promise he'd made to Vanessa. But the chair beckoned, and he was wiped out. Mike gave in to his need for rest and the compulsion of his routine. He set up his cassette player, rested his gaze on his taped-together poster, and in seconds, his eyes were closing, and the pine trees were swaying in his mind. No pills needed. Chapter 16. Abby wasn't sure what woke her up, but something did. Sitting up, Abby rubbed her eyes and yawned. She listened, expecting to hear Mike moving around. When she didn't, she parted the overlapped blankets of the makeshift hidey tent. She grinned. Mike was totally zonked out in the office chair, his head lolled backward, his mouth hanging open. Tucking Dolph under her arm, Abby stood. She tiptoed toward the desk. "Mike?" she whispered. Abby stepped forward and poked Mike lightly on the bicep. He snorted, but he didn't wake up. She grinned again, wider this time. Cool. Abby quickly ducked back inside her hidey tent. Setting down Dolph, she dug inside her sleeping bag to get the overalls she'd stashed there. Mike had thought she'd spend the night in her PJs, but she'd hoped she'd get the chance she had now, and she was prepared for it. Abby quickly changed into a pale pink tee and pulled darker pink overalls over it. She stuffed her PJs into the sleeping bag, and she tucked Dolph into the bag, too. Then she stood. "I'll be right back," Abby told her dead-to-the-world brother. Abby stepped over to the office door. She eased it open, and she slipped out into the hallway. At the fringes of his consciousness, Mike thought he heard the soft click of a door closing. Or was that a clipped-off chirp of one of the birds he could hear in the trees? A single bird chirped from a branch undulating in the breeze. The branch creaked, and its leaves rustled. Abby stepped through the archway and surveyed the huge empty room that stretched out before her. No, not empty. Abby spotted a big pile of sad-looking tables and chairs. The shape of the pile reminded Abby of a sleeping bear. She hoped the table and chair bear was happy. Abby's gaze moved past the table and chair bear. On the other side of the room, wide stage curtains were closed over a long stage. She smiled and headed that way. Climbing up the short flight of stairs to the stage, Abby headed toward the middle of the curtains. When she got there, a thud sounded from behind the curtains. Then a clickety-clack. "Hello?" Abby called out. She parted the curtains and looked behind them. The stage was like the inside of a hidey tent in the middle of the night. Abby couldn't see a thing. "I know you're back here," Abby said. "You might as well come out." A burst of children's laughter crackled from the stage speakers. How fun, Abby thought, looking up at the speakers above her head. She giggled. "Clever," she said, smiling. As if in response to Abby's comment, the grrr of grinding metal and several thumping footsteps started coming Abby's way. Abby's smile wavered a little, but she was sure, well, pretty sure, everything was okay. The footsteps belonged to something really big. Maybe it wasn't what Abby thought it was. Abby took a step back, but she kept hold of the curtain. She strained to see into the backstage area. A lurching surge of movement. More footsteps, they made the stage shake under Abby's feet, were coming toward Abby. And then, Abby tilted her head back and gazed up, way, way up, into the big white eyes of a bear. It was a much more real-looking bear than the table and chair bear. Mike, feeling no need to run because there's no point, walks out of the thicket of trees at the edge of the road. The black car roars away, but Mike doesn't even glance at it. He's more interested in the blonde boy, who is sitting by himself in the middle of the dirt and gravel road, his back to Mike. Mike moves toward the boy. "I know who you are," he says. The boy ignores him. "All of you," Mike goes on. "You're those kids, the ones who disappeared." Mike stops a few feet in front of the boy, who is using a stick to draw something in the dirt. "A long time ago," Mike says, "I had a brother who disappeared too." The stick stops moving. The boy's head lifts, just a little. "I don't know how it's possible that you can be here like this," Mike says. "Inside my dream. But I have to believe that you're here to help." The boy doesn't respond. "Please," Mike says, bending toward the boy. "Help me remember the man who took my brother. Help me so he never hurts another kid again. I can't do it by myself. I've tried, but it's buried too deep." The boy drops his stick. He stands and faces Mike. In flat tones, the boy speaks. "If we show you, what will you give us?" he asks. Mike doesn't hesitate. "Anything," he says. "Anything you want." The little boy rubs his upturned nose with a dirty hand, leaving a smudge of dirt on the tip of it. His pale brows furrow together as he twists his lips, clearly thinking hard. Mike waits, And then, the boy vanishes. Mike dashes forward and stands where the boy just stood. He's frustrated, but he's also invigorated. Things are unfolding differently. The boy talked directly to him. He's making progress. Mike glances down at the dirt. He leans in to look at what the boy drew. The drawing is a stick figure, but its shape is unmistakable. The boy drew a rabbit. Mike opened his eyes and rotated his stiff neck. He rubbed the sore muscles and looked around the dim, quiet office. Remembering that he wasn't here alone, Mike looked over at the Heidi tent. He erupted to his feet. The office chair skidded backward and slammed into the credenza. The tent was wide open. The sleeping bag inside of it was empty. Mike immediately charged toward the closed office door. Before he got halfway to it, a high-pitched scream stopped him in his tracks. Mike's heart went from 0 to infinity in a nanosecond. He spun around and rushed to the CCTV monitors. Scanning them quickly, his eyes nearly shot out of his head and ping-ponged around the room. "Abby!" Mike gasped. He took off, pell-mell toward the dining room. How could I be so stupid? Mike asked himself as he barreled down the hall. It was Garrett all over again. "Abby!" Mike shouted as he burst through the archway and charged into the dining room. Mike's intestines felt like they were reaching up inside of him to strangle his lungs as he blasted through the room. He kept his gaze, his horrified gaze, on the massive jumble of animatronics that were writhing in front of the main stage. Abby's screams were coming from within that snarl of metal and rotting fur. What were those things doing to her? "Stop!" Mike screamed. "Stop it! Let her go!" Racing past the pile of furniture, Mike grabbed a broken chair. It was the only weapon available to him. As Mike raised the chair over his head, poised to strike, one of the metal and fur mounds wrapped around Abby broke free of the melee. It was Freddy. The gargantuan bear charged straight toward Mike. Mike's breathing choked in his throat. He wanted to turn and run, but he couldn't. He had to save his sister. Mike tightened his grip on his makeshift weapon. He braced his feet on the linoleum floor. Freddy came closer, and closer, and closer, and... He stopped a few inches from Mike. Mike held his breath. Gears grinding, eyes flashing in obvious anger, the animatronic bear leaned down and put his face right in front of Mike's. The bear's scratched and dirty black nose nearly touched Mike's nose. Mike closed his eyes and screwed up his face. He started to swing the chair, even though he knew it wasn't going to help him at all. "Mike!" Abby called out. "You're here!" Mike opened his eyes and watched in disbelief as his sister, who was just fine, skipped toward him and the bear. She let out a carefree laugh, and she gave the robotic creature a big hug. Mike gaped at his sister. "They wouldn't stop tickling me, Mike," Abby said. "I thought I was gonna die." Seriously? Tickling? Mike lowered his arm. The chair hit the floor with a clatter. What in the heck was going on? Mike struggled to compute the situation, to put it into some comprehensible box. But he couldn't do it. "Freddy," Abby said, "this is my brother Mike. He works here." Freddy raised his head away from Mike's face, just a little. Mike didn't move a muscle. His intestines eased up on his lungs, infinitesimally. The animatronic's eyes were still bright, but the candescence didn't give off the same signal. The rage Mike had felt, viscerally, coming from the bear, was giving way to what seemed to be cautious curiosity. Freddy straightened, but he kept studying Mike. He scanned Mike from head to toe. Mike hoped he passed muster. "Abby?" Mike said quietly, as if he stood in front of a wild animal. Actually, a wild animal might have been an improvement on his situation. "Are you okay?" Abby grabbed Mike's hand. She giggled. "What's going on?" Mike asked, just as softly. Abby looked up at Mike with more happiness than he'd ever seen in her eyes. "Come on," she said. "I want you to meet the others." The others? Feeling like he had little choice, Mike let Abby pull him forward. Too dazed to resist, Mike realized Abby was dragging him over to where the rest of the animatronic pile had separated itself into different characters. The chick, the bunny, and the fox. The fox with the sharp metal hook. Great, Mike thought. Mike was still ultra wary, but the other three animatronics seemed to find Mike as interesting as Freddy did. They eyed him with what truly looked like eager curiosity. Mike found himself intrigued by how aging monstrosities of metal and fur could look so childlike. "Mike," Abby said, "this is Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy." She turned to the animatronics. "Everyone, this is Mike." One by one, and more than a bit shyly, the animatronics lifted ragged paws and waved at Mike. Acting from social conditioning, Mike started to lift his hand for a return wave. He immediately realized what he was doing, and he lowered his arm. In spite of the animatronics' apparent friendliness, Mike's self-preservation system backed him up a step. When it did, Mike nearly bumped into Freddy, who was lumbering back to rejoin the others. Mike looked from the furry robots to his sister. "This is a joke, right?" he asked his sister. Mike frowned at the animatronics. Every one of them had broken parts, exposed and unconnected wiring, and clearly crushed gears. How were these things moving around? Sure, the animatronics were jerky and cumbersome, but they were functional. How was that possible? Mike looked around. "Someone else is here, right?" he said. He raised his voice. "Someone's controlling them?" Someone didn't step forward to take credit. Was it Vanessa? Mike wondered. Who else did he know who might be able to do this? Annoyed, Mike shouted, "Very funny! You got us! Congratulations!" Mike glowered as he spun in his circle. He saw nothing but the empty room. Empty, that is, except for him and Abby and the moving animatronics. "You hear me?" Mike bellowed. "The joke's over! You can come out now!" The room threw Mike's words back at him. Otherwise, silence. Mike tried again. "Hello?" That, too, after seeming to bounce off the dining room ceiling, returned to Mike. He ground his teeth and looked at the animatronics. "There's no way," Mike muttered. "It's not possible." Mike felt Abby take his hand. He looked down. For once, Mike felt their roles reversing. Mike was the kid, a very dumbstruck kid, and Abby was the knowing adult. "It's okay, Mike," Abby said. Her voice was low and even, as if she was talking to a scared kitten. Mike frowned at Abby. Then he looked from one animatronic to the next. Since his intestines had settled back where they belonged, and his lungs were giving him more air, Mike really looked at the creatures in front of him. Top hat, bib, bunny ears, pirate's hook. These were the kids from his dream. The truth hit Mike like a battering ram between the eyes. Whatever was happening with the animatronics was supernatural. Mike's voice cracked when he uttered, in low, low tones, "You're them." Beep, beep, beep. At first, Mike thought the sound was coming from inside his brain, a sort of ding, ding, ding of realization. Then he came to his senses. He looked at his watch. His alarm was going off. He silenced it. Abby frowned at Mike's watch. "Do we have to go home now?" she asked. Mike looked at the animatronics. "I think that's probably a good idea," he said. Abby nodded, her smile gone. She was clearly let down, but she didn't argue. Mike started to pull Abby toward the lobby. She freed her hand from his grasp. "Hang on," she said. Abby pulled her drawing pad from the pocket of her bright pink overalls, and she dropped to a cross-legged position on the floor. She began scribbling away with one of her colored pencils. "Abby," Mike said. "1 sec," she said. "I'm almost done." It was more than 1 second, but it wasn't more than 20 or so. Abby popped to her feet and tore off the paper she'd been drawing on. Skipping over to the blue bunny, she handed it to him. The bunny, Bonnie, took the paper from Abby delicately, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. He held up the paper so the other animatronics could see it. Mike took a step to his left so he could see it too. Mike's chest tightened with an emotion he couldn't quite quantify. Was he touched? Worried? Freaked out? Abby had drawn a red heart on the paper. "I had a lot of fun tonight," Abby told the animatronics. "Thank you for playing with me." Before Mike could stop her, Abby rushed forward. She threw herself at the animatronics, and they all folded their arms around her. Every muscle in Mike's body went taut, like a bow drawn back, ready to fire. Immediately, he relaxed, though, when he realized the intimidating robots were just giving Abby a goodbye hug. Mike was tempted to pinch himself to see if he was in a dream. Not his usual dream, but a dream nonetheless. The scene was as nonsensical as a dream, but Mike knew it wasn't one. He really was watching a bunch of mottled, old, jumbo-sized robot animals hugging his little sister. The spectacle was both tender and terrifying. Chapter 17. Mike carried his limp sister through her bedroom doorway. She'd fallen into a deep sleep in the car, and she'd snored most of the way home. He'd thought she might wake up when he lifted her out of the car, but she was totally out of it. "I guess playing with animatronics is exhausting," Mike thought as he gently placed Abby in her bed. Mike was trying to keep his mood light, but he wasn't really feeling it. The truth was that he was thoroughly frazzled by the night's events. Mike pulled Abby's bright red blanket up to her shoulders. He watched her chest rise and fall slowly for a few seconds. Then he turned and started toward her door. As Mike passed Abby's desk, his gaze landed on a pile of drawings. He hesitated, and then he stepped over to pick them up. Mike usually didn't pay a lot of attention to what Abby drew. Yes, he'd seen the drawings she'd done that included him, but he hadn't looked at anything she'd drawn lately. Given what had happened at Freddy's, Mike had a sudden feeling that he should see what his sister had been up to. Expecting to see Abby versions of the animatronics at Freddy's, Mike flipped through the drawings, and he nearly dropped them. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Abby's drawing had improved a lot over the last year. She was no Picasso, but what she drew was usually recognizable. The drawings Mike held in his hand were clearly recognizable. He knew exactly what he was looking at. Mike held in his hand a whole series of drawings of Abby playing with the children from his dream. And one of them? Mike pulled the fourth drawing from the pile. Frowning at it, he placed the others back on Abby's desk. He folded up the drawing he'd taken and put it in his pocket. By the time dinner rolled around, Mike felt like a limp noodle. After he'd put Abby to bed, He'd tried to sleep himself. Visions of Abby's drawings, however, kept Mike awake. He was only able to get a few snatches of dreamless sleep. He'd finally given up and tried to jumpstart his body with his usual regime of push-ups. The exercise had woken him up enough to be functional, but he'd still dragged all day. All day, Mike tried on and off to get a hold of Max. Why had she flaked out on him? Sure, he hadn't paid her, but it wasn't like her to just ignore him. Somehow, Mike made it through the day. He even put together a meal, grilled cheese sandwiches and canned tomato soup. And now, shockingly, Abby was eating it. Watching Abby plow through her sandwich, Mike leaned back in his seat and spun his spoon around and around on the kitchen table. Pleased with his sister's appetite, Mike inhaled the tang of the soup and the cheddar cheese he'd put in the sandwiches. And he tried to relax, but the thoughts in his brain were too much of a thicket with thorns. Abby finished the sandwich and raised her soup bowl with both hands. She slurped down the soup and put down the bowl. She let out a loud burp. Giving Mike a sideways glance, she giggled and said, "Excuse me." Mike put his elbows on the table. "Abby, we need to talk." Clearly noticing Mike's serious tone, Abby frowned. "I said, 'Excuse me.'" Mike waved a hand. "Not about that." He leaned forward. "You know what happened last night isn't normal, right?" Abby wiped the soup mustache from her face. "I'm not stupid, Mike." "No, you're not." Mike chewed on the inside of his cheek. How to word this? "So, the machines," Mike began. "My friends," Abby corrected. "Sorry, your friends." Mike collected himself. Are they ghosts?" Okay, Mike thought. That was easier than I'd expected. "Yeah," he said. Abby tilted her head and gave Mike a "way to catch on, Captain Obvious" look. "Of course," she said. "How else could they make the robots move?" Mike nodded. "So, they're kids then? Like you?" Abby nodded and then shook her head. "They're younger," she clarified. "And they've explained to you how they got to be the way they are now?" Mike asked. Abby dropped her gaze to her empty soup bowl. Her shoulders hunched inward. "They don't like to talk about it." Abby lifted her head. She pushed her bowl toward Mike. "Can I have more soup?" Almost glad for the distraction, Mike took the bowl and jumped up. "Sure." Mike stepped to the stove. A half-empty pot of soup sat on one of the burners. He knew the soup was cold, so he turned the burner on. He thought he was doing a very good job of acting like he was having a perfectly ordinary conversation with his 10-year-old sister. Doesn't everyone talk about ghosts at the dinner table? Mike's patient, calm demeanor wasn't as genuine as Abby probably thought it was. Inside, his adrenal glands were in overdrive. Mike had an agenda, but he thought he had to get at it in a roundabout way. Mike picked up a wooden spoon and stirred the soup as it started to steam a little. "You know we used to have a brother, right?" he asked Abby without turning around. "Garrett. I know I don't talk about him." "Neither did Mom and Dad," Abby said. Mike blinked. He was surprised Abby remembered. She never spoke about their parents. She'd only been 3 when their mom had died and their dad had left. "It was hard for them," Mike said. "Hard for me, too." Mike turned away from the stove and dug into his pocket. He pulled out the folded-up drawing he'd tucked away earlier that day. Mike handed the folded drawing to Abby. "Can you explain this to me?" Abby spread open the drawing on the table. She looked down at it. Mike didn't need to look at it again. He knew it was the drawing of a black car with a blurry-faced child. A child clutching an orange toy airplane in the back window. Abby looked at Mike, her face tight. She pressed her lips together and blinked several times. A classic, "you caught me" look. "Do you know what that is?" Mike retook his seat and pointed at the drawing. Abby didn't speak. She studied the table. "I'm not mad at you, Abs," Mike said. "I just want to know." Another few seconds passed. Then Abby said, "It's when Garrett got taken." Mike leaned forward. Little fireworks of excitement were sizzling through his whole body. "Who told you about this, Abby?" More silence. "Was it a little boy with blonde hair?" Mike pushed. Abby nodded. "I don't know his name." "But he's one of your friends?" Mike asked. "Yes." "And when did you meet them?" Before Abby could answer, a spitting fizzle came from the stove. Mike looked over to see the soup boiling over. He leaped up and shifted the pot to a cold burner. He turned off the stove. Mike turned back to Abby. She had picked up her napkin and was tearing it into little pieces, clearly upset. Mike crouched down next to her. He put a hand on the drawing. "Abby," he said in the gentlest voice he could muster, "this is very important. Did the blonde boy ever say anything about the man who was driving the black car?" Mike tapped the car in the drawing. "Please think hard." Abby shook her head. No, he didn't." Abby looked up and frowned at Mike. He knew he hadn't hidden his disappointment. "But," Abby began. "Yes?" "Can I ask him?" Abby asked. Mike let out a long, pent-up breath. This was where he'd been heading all along. He smiled. "I'd really appreciate it if you would." Vanessa looked at her watch as she let Freddy's front door clang shut behind her. It wouldn't be long before Mike got here. Vanessa glanced around the empty lobby. The walls still had gaping holes, and all the poster frames were bare of glass, but the floor had been swept up. Mike was busy last night, she thought. Vanessa's boots thudded on the floor as she strode forward. Heading through the archway into the dining room, she looked around and nodded in satisfaction. He'd cleaned up in here, too. She glanced across the room and cocked her head. He'd left the stage curtains open. Strange. She eyed the animatronics. They were poised in show-ready positions, frozen on the stage as if in mid-performance. Okay, Vanessa thought. Vanessa turned away from the stage, walking slowly toward the dining room's right wall. Her gaze locked on the children's drawings that covered the wall. Actually, her gaze locked on just one of the drawings. It was the one she always had to revisit, the one that called to her like a siren song. Vanessa stepped up in front of the central drawing on the wall. She stared at the image of the yellow rabbit and the 5 smiling children. She felt the blood drain from her face, as it always did when she looked at this drawing. She shivered. Mike's car rattled up next to a black and white police cruiser parked in the spot he'd been using, near the pizzeria's front door. He stared at the police car and then looked at the pizzeria. He frowned. What's she doing here? He wondered. "That cop lady is here," Abby said. "Vanessa." Mike nodded but didn't respond. He was still wondering why Vanessa was here. "My friends talk about her sometimes," Abby said. Surprised, Mike turned around and looked at Abby. "What do they say?" Abby shrugged. "That she's nice." Mike looked back at Vanessa's cruiser. He liked Vanessa, but he wasn't so sure he liked that she was here now. Mike returned his attention to Abby. "If I told you to wait in the car, Would you?" he asked. Abby rolled her eyes. "Probably not." At least she's honest, he thought. He sighed and opened his car door, but before he could throw a leg out of the car, Abby had flung her door open, bounded out of the car, and was racing for Freddy's entrance. "Abby, wait!" The night sky was a quilt of black and gray so tightly tucked in that the moon couldn't peek out at all. The building's lights were out, so a legion of walking dead, or angry robots, could have been lurking, and Mike couldn't have seen them. Mike hustled to grab Abby's things in his own backpack. He locked up the car and rushed after his sister. "You can't do that," Mike huffed when he caught up to her. "It's not safe." Abby was hopping from one foot to the other in front of the locked door. She threw Mike a look that made him feel like a fuddy-duddy. He gave in and unlocked the door. As soon as the door was open, Abby brushed past Mike and ran through the lobby. She scampered toward the archway. "I'm back!" she called as she breezed into the dining room. The front door of Freddy's clanked shut. Mike, still not happy with Abby cavorting with giant robots, or ghosts, dropped his backpack and Abby's things and trotted after his sister. "Abby, wait up!" Mike reached the archway just in time to watch Abby wave at Vanessa, who stood near the wall of children's drawings. "Hey, Vanessa!" Abby sang out. Vanessa, Mike noted, didn't look the least bit surprised to see Abby. Vanessa waved at his sister's back as she darted toward the stage, where the animatronics were clustered as stiff as statues. Mike, torn between his need to talk to Vanessa and his imperative to keep Abby safe, hesitated in the middle of the dining room. He was, therefore, close enough to see Vanessa's reaction when the animatronics stopped being statues and became galumphing, furry robots making awkward attempts to play like children. Abby scrambled up onto the stage to greet her friends as Vanessa ambled over to stand next to Mike. Vanessa said nothing, and neither did he. They both just watched Abby and the animatronics in silence. Giggling, Abby poked Chica in the middle of her bib and shouted, "Tag, you're it!" Chica opened her beak in a big grin and gracelessly doddered off behind the half-open stage curtains. Abby and the others watched for a few seconds, then started chasing the chick. It's like watching a bunch of Frankenstein's monsters at play, Mike thought. Vanessa elbowed Mike lightly. "Hey, Mike." Mike kept his gaze on the animatronic antics on the stage. "Vanessa?" he responded. They both continued looking straight ahead. Mike kept his face blank, primarily because he hadn't decided which of his battling emotions was going to win. "I guess you figured it out," Vanessa said. Mike finally turned toward her. He shot her a, "Ya think?" look. Vanessa was giving him a half smile, but her gaze was empty. He couldn't tell what she was feeling any more than he could figure out his own emotions. "You mean, did I figure out that there are ghost children possessing giant robot animals?" Mike asked. "Yeah. Thanks so much for the heads up on that." "Technically," Vanessa said, "they're animatronics, not robots." A squeal of laughter turned them both back toward the stage. Apparently, the tag game was over. Bonnie was giving Abby a piggyback ride. Mike really wanted to get Abby away from the giant robot rabbit. Every protector instinct in his body was screaming, "No!" But Abby was clearly thrilled. He turned back to Vanessa. "What are you doing here?" Vanessa pursed her lips. "I did say I'd check on you." She nodded toward Abby. "So, what's she doing here, Mike?" "Can't reach my babysitter." Vanessa's half-smile had disappeared. She'd replaced it with her cup stare, which was dialed up to an 11. "Hey, you guys!" Abby called. "We need help!" Chapter 18. "So, Mike, What are your plans for the evening? Mike thought. Well, I'm going to build a fort with my sister, 4 fuzzy animatronics, and a cop. Mike shook his head at the absurdity of everything as he stood with the animatronics and Vanessa. They were clustered in a circle on the stage, and they were all looking down at Abby, who was scribbling on her drawing pad. Under the heading Fort, she was sketching a rudimentary structure. "It needs to be big," Abby said as her pencil skimmed over the paper, "so we can all fit inside." Mike couldn't take it anymore. "Wait," he said. "Hold on. I know this is very exciting and new, Abs, but I think we need to set some ground rules. Okay? I mean, these things," he gestured at the behemoths who stood with him, "are big and are probably dangerous, so—" He turned toward Vanessa, who stood next to Bonnie. "What do you think?" "Some of the tables over there are probably still strong enough to use for the fort," Vanessa said. Abby turned to look at the pile of furniture Mike had left at one side of the dining room. She smiled. "Everyone, follow me!" Abby jumped up and leaped off the stage. As she ran toward the table and chair pile, Mike met Vanessa's gaze. She grinned at him and shrugged. The animatronics were already stomping across the stage to follow Abby. Why not, Mike thought, as he and Vanessa trailed after them. For the next several minutes, Abby went from being Abby the little girl to Abby the construction foreman, waving her hands and pointing her finger and standing with her fists on her hips while she waited for her orders to be fulfilled. Abby set the animatronics, and Mike and Vanessa, to work untangling the pile of broken and battered furniture. The animatronics were uncommonly strong. Mike wasn't sure if that strength was robotic or ghostly, and he didn't want to think about it. Therefore, it didn't take much time for them to extract several tables and chairs that were, though beaten up by the vandals, structurally sound. Once these materials were gathered, Abby directed Mike and Vanessa and the robots in the assembly of a wacky-looking, 4-sided structure. The arrangement of tables and chairs would not have passed any building code on the planet, but it was unexpectedly fun to build. Mike surprised himself when he began laughing along with Abby and Vanessa as they worked with the animatronics. He even contributed his own ideas to the structure, tapping into his old enjoyment of building things. He came up with a way to interweave the chairs that helped everything be more stable. Of course, the big robots didn't speak, but they were capable of acting goofy without words. Freddy, for instance, staggered around with a chair balanced on his nose, and Foxy pretended to use a table as a pirate boat. The Fox animatronics' pantomime of riding ocean waves was so convincing that Mike found himself calling out, "Avast, ye landlubbers!" This earned him a big smile from Vanessa and an eruption of giggles from his sister. Mike couldn't honestly remember the last time he'd had such a good time. When they'd managed to stack the tables 3 high and get them linked together with chairs well enough to be relatively stable, Abby stepped back and assessed her minion's work. "It needs to be higher," she decreed. Mike, Vanessa, and the animatronics exchanged looks. Mike knew he was getting used to the big metal beasts when he easily read skepticism in their expressions. When no one moved, Abby said, "Come on, guys! More tables!" "You heard the boss," Mike said to the animatronics. He tried to ignore the flutter of fear in his belly when they all turned and flashed their big teeth his way. Without the use of a crane, Mike didn't know how they'd stack more tables on the already tall structure. But he figured he'd humor Abby. Once they'd gathered the tables, she'd see it was a futile endeavor and she'd give up. Or so he thought. Mike, however, had underestimated the animatronics, both their devotion to Abby and their teamwork. A few minutes later, he was watching in awe as Bonnie and Freddy, each gripping 2 legs of a table, rode on Chica's and Foxy's shoulders. Thus elevated, they managed to lift the table to the top of the stack. If they could get it to balance in place, it would extend the now much taller fort almost to the dining room ceiling. Mike took Abby's hand and drew her back away from the fort as they watched Bonnie and Freddy set the table in place. Vanessa joined Mike and Abby, and all three of them looked on, breath collectively held, as Bonnie and Freddy let go of the table. The table and chair skyscraper wobbled like a giant, unsteady tower. Mike was sure it was going to come tumbling down, but it didn't. Abby broke free of Mike's grasp. She threw two triumphant fists above her head. "Yes!" she shouted. "I'll be," Mike said. Who knew his sister had architectural talent? She might have a career ahead of her. Abby skipped toward the animatronics. "You did it!" she trilled. Freddy and Bonnie, still on Chica's and Foxy's shoulders, gave each other a high five. Chica, getting in the spirit, threw out her arms in celebration. Oops, Mike thought. He saw the cascade effect in his mind before it unfolded. Chica's movement threw off the equilibrium that was holding Bonnie and Freddy aloft. Both Bunny and Bear lost their balance. Chica stumbled one way and Foxy reeled the other. And then there was an animatronic blur as all four metal and fur critters tumbled to the dining room floor. They hit the linoleum with a whomp that would have been bone-cracking if they hadn't been made of metal. The entire dining room rattled and rolled like it was caught up in an earthquake. Mike and Vanessa had to widen their stances to stay upright, and Mike managed to grab Abby before the ripple effect of the concussion knocked her off her feet. As soon as the tremors stopped, Abby shouted, "Guys!" She dashed over to the upended animatronics. Vanessa was close on Abby's heels. Mike, concerned, irrationally, about the animatronics, hurried after Vanessa, even though he had no idea what he could do for robots if they were hurt. Abby reached the heap of fur and exposed metal. "Are you okay?" she asked. A few seconds of squirming robotic limbs and more thuds on the floor. Then 4 fuzzy thumbs shot up through the convulsing bundle. Mike couldn't help himself. He burst out laughing. Vanessa and Abby quickly joined him. After that, Mike pretty much forgot that the animatronics were animatronics, so much so that when they all crawled inside of their completed fort, Mike had no problem lying on his back next to Foxy. He did prefer, however, the warmth of Vanessa, who was pressed up against his other side. Mike thought the completed fort was incredibly, well, fort-like once it was done. After the animatronics had righted themselves, everyone had worked together to fill in the gaps in their edifice with more chairs. The result was a structure that had remarkable symmetry, an equal number of chairs tucked between the legs of each table, and even a semblance of style. Mike thought the combination of chrome tables and plastic chairs created a pretty cool modernistic design. And as soon as he had that thought, he snorted inwardly. What was happening to him? He'd just built a fort with possessed animatronics, and now he was getting all artsy-fartsy. "I like it in here," Vanessa said. "Me too," Abby said. The animatronics were, of course, silent, but 4 robotic thumbs reached into the air again. The repeated gesture made Mike smile. "But I think," Abby went on, "that it's going to rain soon." She sat up. "And my friends can't get wet because they're made of electricity." "Sounds like we need a roof," Vanessa said before Mike could poo-poo his sister's critique of what they'd built. Vanessa's knuckles grazed Mike's. He liked the feel of her skin against his. "Mike," Vanessa said, "why don't we see what we can find?" Mike trailed Vanessa down the back hallway. Dusty, musty, and even darker than the front hallway, this part of Freddy's wasn't his favorite. "What are we looking for exactly?" Mike asked. "Tablecloths. They used to keep them back here," Vanessa gestured down the hall, "for big events." Mike shot a look at Vanessa. She had an awful lot of knowledge about this place. It was one thing, he thought, to know the building's layout and its history. But she knew about tablecloths and where they're kept? What was up with that? Mike eyed Vanessa's back as she stepped out ahead of him and opened a closed door. She disappeared through the doorway. "Remind me of how you know stuff like that?" Mike called after her. Silence came from behind the door. Mike frowned. The mystery of Vanessa was starting to really bug him. He clamped his teeth together and went after her. Right, Mike thought, remembering his tour of the building as he stepped into an even mustier space. This was the main storage room, cluttered with stacks of collapsing boxes and decorated with cobwebs. The storage room was stuffed with several rows of floor-to-ceiling metal shelves. The shelves, and everything else in the room, appeared to have escaped the vandal's attention. All was the same as it had been the last time he'd been in here. Midway along the outermost row of dust-laden shelving, a smaller door gaped open. It was the entrance to the boiler room. From the scraping and tapping within that room, Mike could tell Vanessa was in there. He stepped forward and looked through the door. Sure enough, Vanessa was off to one side of the boiler, rummaging in a semi-crushed cardboard box on the top of a leaning stack of similar boxes. Mike wrinkled his nose. The boiler room smelled like rotten eggs. He knew the smell came from sulfur gas, which emanated from the growth of bacteria encouraged by the warm, moist, enclosed spaces in the boiler. He hated that smell. Mike backed away from the boiler and left Vanessa to her tablecloth hunt. He moved farther into the storage room. Just to amuse himself, he started scanning the shelves. He hadn't looked around much when he'd been in here before. Mike reached the end of one row, which contained nothing but empty shelves or shelves stacked with pizza pans. He started to turn to go up the next row, which held a tangle of kitchen utensils and janitorial supplies. But then his gaze landed on... Mike's steps faltered. He stopped and stared. Sitting on the ground, leaning against the gray cement blocks of the storage room's back wall, a small, about 3 feet tall, clearly decommissioned animatronic sat with her legs stretched out in front of her. With rosy cheeks like those of the Balloon Boy doll that Mike disliked intensely, the animatronic, which was actually more doll-like than robot-like, had red pigtails and a frilly skirted dress. Beneath the sweetly smiling doll face, the animatronic's chest was hinged open. The metal cavity was bordered by a gruesome cage of severe-looking steel ribs. The contrast of the girly face and the shiny metal spoke-like protrusions was sinister. "What are you?" Mike asked. Intrigued in spite of himself, Mike dropped to his heels and started extending a hand toward the lethal-looking tip of one of the ribs. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Vanessa's voice so startled Mike that he fell back onto his butt. He looked up. She gestured at the metal ribs. "They're called spring locks. A lot of the older animatronic models have them." Vanessa's irises did the light blue to dark blue thing. Mike saw the familiar muscle twitch at her jawline. She took a step back and foraged through the junk on the shelves. She pulled out a broom. "The spring locks are designed to keep the animatronic parts locked in place so a person can safely wear the suit." Vanessa stepped forward in a flash and jabbed the handle of the broom into the animatronic's chest cavity. A loud series of mechanical snaps clapped out a swift, almost hip-hop-sounding rhythm. The ribs sprang closed. The broom's wood handle cracked in half. "They're unstable," Vanessa said unnecessarily. Mike knew his mouth was hanging open. He inched away from the animatronic and then looked up at Vanessa. "People wore these?" Mike returned his gaze to the metal spring locks. "You'd have to be suicidal to..." "Like I said, unstable." Mike looked back toward Vanessa. Her eyes had turned an even deeper blue, navy blue now, almost black. Her chin was lifted, and her eyes were slit nearly closed. Who is this woman? Mike asked himself. He was almost afraid to move, afraid that she would... A muffled burst of rock music reached into the storage room. Mike's head whipped in that direction. What now? It's just the show music, Vanessa said. The animatronics are probably putting on a performance for Abby. Vanessa's voice was flat. She wasn't smiling. Mike stood and brushed himself off. Yeah, he said. And Abby is probably dancing with them. His tone was light, and he smiled. He wanted to shift the mood, which was desolate. He could almost feel waves of despondency radiating from Vanessa. Anything else you want to let me in on? Mike asked. Killer clowns? Fire-breathing dragons? Vanessa's expression didn't change. I'm just curious, Mike went on. Since you somehow seem to know everything else about this place. Vanessa turned away. That angered Mike. He took a step toward her and raised his voice. What if Abby had come in here? He shouted. What if she'd found that thing? He pointed at the animatronic, even though Vanessa wasn't looking at him. Vanessa spun back toward Mike. Now, her expression had changed. Her eyes were almost spitting sparks. You brought her, Mike, not me. Mike had no response for that. The coals of Vanessa's eyes cooled, just a little. What I still can't wrap my head around is why. Honestly, why'd you bring her? Mike thought about lying, but maybe he and Vanessa should stop that crap. I think the kids know who took my brother, he said. Vanessa's brows rose nearly to her hairline. Her anger was gone. Mike rushed to explain. I think that they're connected somehow. It's hard to explain, but when I'm here, I feel closer to Garrett. My dreams are more vivid. Almost like I can change what happened, Vanessa filled in. How does she know? Mike asked himself. Have you asked them about this? Vanessa persisted. One of them. He seems to speak for the others. Blonde-haired boy? He nodded. I don't think he likes me very much. But he likes Abby. And you figure if he won't tell you, he'll tell her. Mike shrugged. Vanessa put her hands on her hips. She sneered at him. How stupid can you be? Mike bristled at both her posture and her expression, but he said evenly, I'm sorry. Mike, you need to stop. Mike's bristles turned into spikes. Honestly, he threw at her. I don't really see how it's any of your business. Vanessa, as if transporting herself through the space between them, was in Mike's face. She grabbed his shirt collar. Her breath smelled sharp, even bitter. When she spoke, she nearly growled. I'm telling you to let this go. Mike couldn't have been any more taken aback if he'd been nose to muzzle with a snarling tiger. And maybe his reaction was plastered to his face, because Vanessa once again moved in a flash. This time, she whipped back, ending up 3 feet away from him. Vanessa seemed to shrink into herself. Her face was bright red, and she dropped her gaze to the floor. Mike didn't take pity on her shame. Instead, he blurted the question that wouldn't leave his head. Who the hell are you? Vanessa pulled in her shoulders. She didn't look up. Someone, she said in an almost little girl voice, who's trying to help you. She raised her gaze. You idiot. The last was said with a little more strength, but at least she didn't growl at him again. And apparently she was done. She strode away. Mike heard a rustling of papers, footsteps, a slammed door. Chapter 19. When Mike burst into the dining room, close on Vanessa's heels, he found Abby doing exactly what he'd predicted she was doing. She was dancing. Sort of. Abby was up on the stage with the animatronics, and she was throwing her hips back and forth like an Elvis impersonator. Bonnie was copying her. Vanessa's boot-clad feet thumped across the dining room floor. Mike looked her way. Her head down, her shoulders still bowed inward. Vanessa was going for the exit. Mike ran after her. "Vanessa, wait!" Mike caught up to Vanessa. He grabbed her arm and yanked on it, forcing her to face him. Vanessa's cheeks were stained with tears. As if his fingers were getting burned, he let go of her. "Talk to me," Mike said quietly. Vanessa wiped her face with the back of her hand. "I'm trying. You won't listen." Mike grabbed his head to hold in the "ah" that wanted to come out of his mouth. He took a deep breath, then dropped his hands. "I need to know what happened that day. Don't you get it? Finding the guy who took Garrett is the only thing that matters." Vanessa shook her head. She opened her mouth, closed it, took a breath, exhaled. She looked to her right, toward the children's drawings. She frowned. Mike thought Vanessa looked like someone who badly wanted to confess something. But what? Vanessa's throat convulsed. She bit her lip. Then she managed, "You don't understand. Then explain it to me." Vanessa's gaze locked on Mike's. She set her jaw and took a deep breath. He was sure she was finally going to open up and... Vanessa seemed to flip a switch. Every muscle in her body tensed. Her eyes, focused past Mike, shot wide. "What?" Mike began. Vanessa took a halting step toward the stage. Mike started to turn. Vanessa yelled, "No!" Mike completed his turn. On the stage, Abby was laughing euphorically. Bonnie was holding his guitar out to Abby, inviting her to try playing it. Abby eagerly accepted it. She flung the strap over her shoulder and positioned the guitar across her chest and belly. Mike frowned. An inner red alert alarm was going off. But why? "Abby, don't!" Vanessa screamed. Vanessa was well past Mike now, sprinting toward the stage. Instinctively, Mike followed her. As he took his first step, Mike's memory banks put an urgent rerun on his inner screen. Red-hot and bursting with bright color, sparks spewed from Bonnie's guitar. "Abby!" Mike shouted. He held out a hand like he could make like a magician and stop what was about to happen. Mike wasn't a magician. All he could do was watch as everything unfolded in snatches, like Mike was seeing a series of still photographs. A grinning Abby strumming a hand over the guitar fret, the grin disappearing. Abby's eyes drawn together in confusion. A burst of blinding white light. Abby disappearing in the incandescence. All Abby could see was the brightest of whites. It was light, blinding her. All Abby could hear was a high-pitched ringing. Like an alarm, only louder. It hurt her ears. Abby rubbed her eyes. She pressed her hands to her ears. And then the white light was gone. But it left teensy little stars in her eyes. Abby blinked. Mike's face and Vanessa's and the faces of all Abby's friends were inches from Abby's. All the faces above Abby looked weird, distorted, and really scared. Abby shook her head like a dog, trying to stop the ringing in her ears. She blinked again. "What happened?" she asked Mike. Before Mike could answer, Vanessa leaned in and hugged Abby, tight. Vanessa let Abby go and leaned back. Abby saw Vanessa's gaze flick to Mike. Mike was still staring at Abby. He looked guilty, like he'd done something really bad. He still didn't answer Abby's question, but Vanessa did. "It was an accident, sweetheart," she said. "Just a silly accident." Crickets chirped madly in the trees that surrounded Freddy's parking lot. Mike couldn't see either the trees or the crickets. The pizzeria's exterior lights were out, and the moon had left the night sky. So had the stars. The sky looked like one broad dome of soot so thick that Mike was finding it hard to remember what daytime felt like. Mike and Vanessa stood next to her cruiser. They both looked toward the back seat of his car, where Abby was curled up, hugging Dolph. "Thank you," Mike said to Vanessa. Mike was leaving the pizzeria mid-shift. Vanessa was going to cover for him. Vanessa shook off the gratitude. "Just go home, Mike. Take care of your sister." Mike nodded, but he didn't move. He pulled his gaze from Abby and he put it on Vanessa. "What is it you're so afraid of?" he asked. Vanessa shot him a look he couldn't read. "In the storage room," he pressed. "I saw your eyes. You were terrified." Vanessa's face instantly did the rock-hard thing again. The caring Vanessa was gone. Enigmatic Vanessa, grim Vanessa, brooding Vanessa. They were all back. They stomped a foot. "Do whatever you want with your life," Vanessa flung at Mike. "But if you ever bring Abby back here, I'll shoot you." Vanessa squinted her eyes and leaned toward Mike. He didn't need her to pull a gun to convince him she might actually be serious. Vanessa stormed back into Freddy's. Mike waited until the slam of the heavy metal door quieted the crickets for an instant. As the crickets chirped back into gear, Mike got in his car. "She looked really mad," Abby said from the back seat. "She's fine." "Why does everyone always look at you that way?" Mike turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered. "Everything is fine," Mike said. Everything was not fine. Mike sat at his kitchen table and watched the first hint of dawn begin sneaking in through his window. From the intensity of the early light, Mike concluded that the clouds that had hid the moon during the night had moved off. Mike wished his own personal clouds would move on, but they appeared to be stuck over his head with superglue. Not even Mike's soul-flogging push-ups had managed to clear his stormy skies. The sounds of Abby's snores, a little louder than usual, reached him from her room. He couldn't believe he was about to do what he was about to do. But what choice did he have? Vanessa was right. He couldn't take Abby back to Freddy's. Sighing and feeling like he was going to throw up, Mike lifted his phone. He punched in a number. As soon as he heard the click on the other end of the line, Mike spoke. He had to while he still had the stomach for it. "Hey, it's Mike," he said. "I need your help." As soon as he said them, he immediately regretted his words. 2 hours later, Mike still hated the choice he'd made. But he was trying to make the best of it. The sun was full out now. It intruded into the kitchen and tried to convince Mike he was doing the right thing. Checking the pancakes on the griddle, Mike started some bacon in a cast-iron skillet. The sweet and savory smells came together and attempted to join with the sun's "all is well" message. Mike wasn't buying it. Deliberately keeping his back to the kitchen table, because he couldn't look at what he'd done, he kept cooking anyway. He finished everything and stuck it in the oven to keep warm. Then he took a deep breath and went to wake up Abby. Abby opened her eyes and saw her brother sitting at the edge of her bed. Yawning, she grinned at him. Then she noticed what her nose was telling her. "Is that bacon?" she asked. Cool. They didn't usually have bacon, and Abby loved bacon. "Why don't you get dressed and come to the kitchen when you're ready?" Mike said. "There's something we need to talk about." Abby frowned. Uh-oh. Was he bribing her with bacon? She shrugged. So what? It was bacon. Mike left the room, and Abby jumped out of bed. Popping into the bathroom, She did all the usual morning stuff. Then she went back in her room and dressed in her maroon corduroy overalls, with a gold shirt, because she was sure it was going to be a gold star day. Then she skipped down the hall to get her bacon. "I'm ready for—" Abby stopped mid-skip when she saw who was sitting at the kitchen table. The bacon was a bribe, not a big enough one. "There's my favorite little girl," Abby's Aunt Jane said. Abby tried to make her aunt, with her stupid short hair and her dumb old pale blue pantsuit, disappear with laser eyes. Abby wrinkled her nose, choking on her aunt's stupid grapefruity perfume. "Abby, come sit down," Mike said. Abby turned the laser eyes on Mike, but she couldn't hold the laser. Her hate turned to hurt. "What did you do?" she asked her brother. Abby could tell Mike knew she was upset, but he was pretending he didn't. "Come sit down," he said again. "We can talk." Abby shook her head. No way. She started retreating from the kitchen, backing down the hall. "I know what you're thinking," Mike said. "I promise you're wrong. Please, Abby, let's just talk." Abby looked at her aunt, then she returned her gaze to Mike. His face looked like he was trying to eat a pot of Brussels sprouts. No, his face looked like he couldn't stand to be him. "I hate you," Abby said to him. Abby turned and ran back to her room. As she went in and slammed the door, she heard her aunt say, "I think that went well." Putting her back to her door, Abby closed her eyes and clutched her hair in both hands. She let out a cross between a howl and a roar. Tears took over her eyes and forced them open. She couldn't stop the tears from pouring down her cheeks, but she rubbed them away as fast as they flowed. Abby's gaze landed on her desk and her drawings. She stomped toward her desk and threw herself in her chair. Jerking open a desk drawer, Abby dug around in it and found the biggest, blackest marker she had. Then she reached for the stack of her most recent drawings. Fisting the marker, Abby started to black out every image of her brother that she could find. Mike couldn't look at his aunt as he grabbed his keys and pulled on his coat. "She reminds me of you," Jane said. "Always with the temper." Mike shot a look at Jane, figuring she was trying to pick a fight. He was surprised when he found her looking at him with a softer-than-normal expression. If Mike hadn't known better, he might have believed she was looking at him with fondness. "Nah." "When she calms down," Mike said, "tell her I'm sorry, and I'll be back soon." "When is soon, exactly? You've been a little fuzzy with the details." There was the snarky Aunt Jane Mike knew, and didn't love. "Soon," Mike said. Aunt Jane shooed Mike away. "Go then." Mike turned toward the door. "But Mike," Jane said to his bag, "there's a larger conversation that still needs to happen here. When you get back, you and I are going to talk." She picked up a piece of bacon and nibbled on it. The image of a vulture chewing on carrion flashed through Mike's mind. He practically ran from his house. Clutching the white bag that the pharmacist had put Mike's refilled prescription in, Mike stalked toward Freddy's entrance doors. The elderly druggist's judgmental advice, "You know what works for me? A warm glass of milk with chamomile and honey," replayed in Mike's head as he went. Right back at you, Mike thought now. A crow let out a long cackle. Mike looked up into the trees around Freddy's. He couldn't find the crow, but his gaze landed on the wood cutout of Freddy Fazbear's head. The bear's grin seemed to be jeering at Mike. "Stuff it," Mike said. He let himself inside the pizzeria and went directly to the office. There, Mike wasted no time. He plopped in the desk chair, set up his cassette player, and dry-swallowed 3 of the white pills from the bottle he'd pulled from the white bag. He locked his gaze on the poster opposite the desk. Maybe because he was so determined, Or maybe because he hadn't slept well in days. The effect of Mike's routine was immediate. His vision blurred as he listened to the sound of the wind and the trees coming from the cassette. His lids fluttered closed. Sunlight is warm on Mike's shoulders as he walks forward. The breeze picks up a lock of his hair. It tickles his cheek. Mike hears laughter, and he looks toward it. Stunned, he stares at his family, all gathered by the picnic table. Mike's mom is setting the table for lunch. His dad is standing next to her. He's spinning an overjoyed Garrett around like a spiraling airplane. Garrett's laughter fills the campsite. "All right," Mike's mom says. "Enough games, you two." Mike's mouth hangs open as he watches his dad swoop toward the picnic table with Garrett. "Emergency landing," Mike's dad shouts. His dad makes a whooshing sound as he sweeps Garrett's spread-eagled body over the table. Mike's dad plunks the boy onto the table with a flourish. Then Mike's dad looks toward Mike. "Hey, buddy," Mike's dad calls out. "Don't just stand there," his mom says to Mike. "Come and dig in." Mike's parents settle on the table's benches. Garrett climbs off the tabletop and joins them. Then the boy turns and gives Mike the biggest, most adorable, happy kid smile Mike has ever seen. Mike's eyes are awash in tears. His mom looks his way. "Sweetie, what's wrong?" Mike wipes his eyes. He clears his throat. "This isn't..." He stumbles back from the picnic table. "This isn't the way it happened." He shakes his head. "This isn't real." Mike's parents and Garrett exchange confused glances. "But it could be." The voice is coming from behind Mike. It's a child's voice. Mike turns to find the blonde boy and the other 4 children standing behind him. He shakes his head again, this time more vehemently. He bites his lip. His hands are clenched into fists. "What is this?" Mike asks the blonde boy. "This isn't what I asked for." The blonde boy cocks his head. "No," he says. "But it's what you want." More head shaking from Mike. He's trying to erase the entire scene by rejecting it. "I want to find..." Mike begins. "You're lying," the blonde boy interrupts. Mike looks at the ground. "You want to save Garrett," the boy says. "That's really why you're here." Mike tries another head shake, but it's a feeble one. "You want to change what happened," the boy says. "You want to go back." Mike throws up a hand as if to shield himself from the boy's words. "That's not possible," he says. "He's gone. They all are." "Really?" The boy points past Mike. Even though he doesn't want to, Mike turns around and looks at his family. They're staring back at him with concern and compassion. And hope. Garrett scrambles off the wooden bench and dashes toward Mike, who drops to his knees. He's eye to eye with his little brother. "You can have this dream every night," the blonde boy says. "You can be together, like before." The boy's voice drops to a near whisper. "You can change what happened." Mike's head shakes have turned into a tentative nod. His tears have escaped his eyes, their rivulets sluicing down his cheeks. Mike looks at the blonde boy. "How?" "You said we could have anything we wanted," the blonde boy says. "It's only fair." He steps up close to Mike and leans in. Mike expects to feel the boy's warmth, but a puff of chilly air touches Mike's ear as the boy says in a gentle whisper, "We want Abby." Mike wipes at his tears, his face twisted. He's struggling to grasp. Mike's eyes widen. He gets it now. "Abby," he whispers. Garrett clutches Mike's hand. "They love her, Mike," Garrett says. "And she loves them." Mike looks at Garrett. Mucus runs from Mike's nostrils, joining his tears. He sniffs. "It's for the best, buddy," Mike's dad calls from the picnic table. It really is. Mike looks over at his dad, who smiles reassuringly. Even as racked as he is, Mike can't help but return the smile. Mike's mom chimes in. You've seen her with them. You've seen how happy she is. Mike looks over at his mom. She's tearing up too. Doesn't she deserve a real family? His mom asks as she gets up and comes over to kneel next to Mike. She uses her thumb to wipe tears from his cheeks. Mike's tentative nod is becoming more assured. It's time to let her go, sweetie, his mom says. You were never the right person to take care of her. Now Mike's nod is emphatic. He's not just nodding because he wants to believe her. He does believe her. He agrees with what he's hearing. Mike looks from his mom to his dad to Garrett. His conviction solidifies. Okay, Mike says. He nods one last time. Yes. The blond boy lifts one side of his mouth in a small, satisfied smile. Mike looks again at his brother. His gaze lands on the flop of hair that is obscuring Garrett's eyes. Mike reaches out to brush the lock of hair back. His hand stops mid-motion. The sun's spotlight suddenly glares in Mike's eyes, and he feels its heat. It catapults him out of the campsite and into a memory. Mike's vision turns inward. He sees his sleeping sister in his mind. He knows he's sitting on the side of her bed. He sees his hand reach out and brush a lock of her hair from her face. He's in a memory, he realizes. But then the memory becomes something else. It becomes more of a vision. Something Mike wants to experience instead of something he experienced in the past. In Mike's mind, Abby's eyes open. She's groggy, but she smiles at him. You're home, she says. In his mind, Mike smiles at his sister. I'm home, he says. The picture in Mike's mind disintegrates. He's back at the campsite. The sun disappears behind a cloud. In the instant shade, Mike stares at Garrett. Mike realizes his hand is still touching the lock of Garrett's hair. Mike pulls his hand back. With that motion, it seems like a veil drops away. Garrett's face is startlingly pale. Too pale. And his eyes are wrong. The adorable Garrettness is gone from Garrett's eyes. Mike's brother's eyes have turned to deep wells of hollowness. Mike staggers to his feet. Wait, this isn't... He looks at his parents. They too are pale now. They too have bottomless eyes. Mike returns to head shaking. This is wrong, he says. I'm sorry, but I don't want this. You hear me? I don't want it. Mike spins to confront the blonde boy, but the boy and the other children are gone. Mike scans the campsite and can't find them. He turns back to his family is gone too. Everyone has vanished. Mike is completely alone. Mike hears the tree branches swish. The wind picks up, a creak of branches. Through the sounds of the wind and the trees, a chorus of whispers starts to build in volume. The content of the whispers is indistinct at first. It's just a susurration, a white noise. But then the whispers begin to separate into something clear. Abby, the whispers say. Mike turns in a circle. It's the children, he realizes. Their voices are taunting him. He turns and he turns, trying to find the kids. Listen to me, Mike shouts. You stay away from her. The whispers are louder now. Abby, Abby, Abby. Mike screams, Stay away from my sister. The whispers stop, replaced by a giggle, then a rush of footsteps. Mike whirls toward the sound. All he sees is a blur of motion. And then a paper hook arcs toward him. A bolt of heat scores into his chest. Gasping, Mike throws up a hand toward his chest. Before he can get it there, he sees another blur. This time, it's the top hat. The boy wearing it rakes claws across Mike's back. Mike cries out and flounders in a circle. He doesn't see anything but trees. A flurry of motion out of Mike's range of vision precedes another lava flow of pain. This one courses through his left calf. Mike's legs go out from under him. He tries to curl into a ball, but the scourging pain stops him. The strikes land too fast for him to defend himself. His clothes are being shredded. Mike falls back, lying prone in the dirt. Above him, the wind picks up. He hears a whir, low and soft. Mike looks up into the trees. His vision is hazy. The tone of the whirring changes. It no longer sounds like wind. It sounds mechanical. Mike's lids flutter. He's giving in to the pain. But when the grinding, metal-on-metal sound gets even louder, his eyes bug open. Chapter 20. The mechanical thrum was deafening now, almost as loud as helicopter rotors. Vrum, vrum, vrum. The sound demanded Mike return to full consciousness. Mike tried to get his eyes to zero in on whatever was causing the head-splitting sound. His eyes weren't fully cooperating, but they were giving him glimpses. Mike struggled to process what he was seeing. His head was pounding because the visual snatches were coming at him like they were being hit with a strobe light. Mike saw a robotic arm suspended above his head. A bear mask, peeled open, held by the arm. Honed bits of metal inside the mask, like miniature but lethal knives in constant motion. Mike's brain brought his sight completely back online, and Mike put it all together. He was lying on his back, on a hard metal surface, a reclining chair, and he was looking at the inside of a robotic mask full of sharp, continually moving metal. The mask was coming toward his face. Mike yelped and tried to get up. That's when he realized that he was bound to the chair. Steel bands were clamped around his wrists. A heavy leather strap was cinched tight around his chest. The metal juggernaut started to descend toward Mike's face. He did the only thing he could do. He brought every muscle he had into play and sent them all into motion. He squirmed and twisted and wriggled. He kicked his legs, and he jolted his body up and down and side to side. Mike knew, of course, that his efforts were going to fail. He wasn't strong enough to break. Above the relentless metal churring, Mike heard a crack, a distinctive, pinging crack. He knew that sound. A bolt had given way. Mike felt his arm fall away from him as one of the chair's armrests detached. His gaze still on the plunging mask, Mike jerked on his arm without much hope. To Mike's astonishment, the metal clamp disengaged from Mike's wrist. He had an arm free. But that wasn't enough. The mask was closer now. It was moving slowly, but unalterably, lower and lower. Sharp metal, soft face. Not a good combination. Frantic, Mike sent his fingers in search of something, anything, on the side of the chair that could help him get free. He ran his fingers over an expanse of metal, thrust them between sharp gaps. And then, Mike's fingers stopped on something flat and round. Some kind of control button. Mike strained to see his hand, and he saw a quarter-sized green light. He didn't hesitate. He pushed the green button and... Eureka! The other wristband uncoupled. The mask was now just inches from Mike's nose. It was so close that the burring of the rotating and constantly cycling metal was blowing his hair. Feverish with the crucial need to move, Mike fumbled with the leather chest strap. Maybe because he got lucky, or maybe because necessity is the mother of getting the hell out of Dodge, Mike managed to click the strap apart and slide off the chair. His escape couldn't have come any later. The blitzing metal grazed the side of his forehead as he turned downward. Mike dropped to the floor. Metal-on-metal screeches told him the mask, aka buzzsaw, was grinding into the chair. Fireflies of hot sparks seared the little hairs on Mike's arms as he rolled away from the chair. All of Mike's muscles demanded a break. He flopped into a glob of exhaustion. The continuing spray of sparks, and his understanding of his foe's strength, got Mike back into motion. He tried to stand. Fiery pain in Mike's calf sent him careening off balance. He toppled backward into jabbing metal and sticky, crusty faux fur. Mike scuttled away from what was grabbing at him. His gaze shot around him wildly. He saw a litter of faded, matted fur-covered animatronic characters. It's just costumes, Mike told himself. Again, he tried to stand. This time, ready for the pain, he made it. But as he wavered on his feet, he heard a peculiarly familiar hop-hop beat of snaps. Looking down, he watched the costume's clamshell open. Mike squawked and blundered backward. His hand whipped to his nose and mouth as the sick stench of rotting corpses hit him. No longer thinking about running because his brain was now overwhelmed by what he was seeing and smelling, Mike's stomach threatened to heave as he gazed at the mutilated remains of 3 men and Max. Mike gagged as he looked at poor Max's body. It was severed in 2. No, not severed. It looked like something had bit her in half at the waist. Her upper body lay back against one of the 2 men, and her lower body was draped across her stomach. Mike, his hand over his mouth, quickly shifted his gaze to her face. Her eyes and mouth were open wide in a rictus of pure terror. "Oh, Max," Mike whispered. Mike jerked his eyes away from her. When he did, he saw that the faces of one of the men had been similarly chewed, all the way into the man's brain. Mike quickly moved his gaze to the other 2 men. One was older and one younger. Mike sucked in his breath. He recognized the younger man. It was Jeff, Max's brother. Jeff and the older guy looked like they'd been run through a meat slicer. But no, the cuts weren't straight. They were curved, like the wounds you'd get from a pirate's hook. This last thought finally galvanized Mike. He turned away from the putrefying cadavers, and he limped past the still sparking mask and chair. He staggered toward the door. At the room's threshold, Mike paused. All the way up and down the main hallway, the lights were surging on and off, on and off. The rhythm wasn't even, though. It was chaotic, as if the lights were being manipulated by someone too enraged to stay in control. Mike squinted to see through the disorienting flashes of light and dark. It was hard to know for sure, but the hallway appeared to be empty. Mike reeled into the hall. His feet fumbling as if he'd never properly learned to walk, Mike zigged and zagged his way toward the lobby. If he could get there, he could get out of the building. Out of the building meant salvation. Mike tried to pick up the pace. His feet shuffled faster. Just a few feet from the lobby now. From behind Mike, a crash boomed after him. A roar joined the crash. They partnered in their pursuit. Mike didn't bother to look back. He called on every ounce of strength he had, and he stepped on the gas. Managing to break into a jerky gallop, he spilled into the lobby. He threw himself toward the double doors. But when Mike hit the doors, they wouldn't open. They were locked. A new sound joined the crashing and roaring. No, not a sound. A voice. A singing voice. Dum-dum-diddly-da. The lights were now going totally bonkers. They were winking in and out so fast that it was impossible for Mike to see what was coming toward him. But something was. Something big. Something fast. Mike summoned the last bit of his perseverance. He pounded on the heavy metal doors. Sensing rather than seeing that his time had run out, Mike looked to his left. He screamed and fell into a total eclipse of any light he'd ever seen or hoped to see. Abby, curled up in her bed, hugged Dolph tighter than she ever had, and it still wasn't tight enough. Outside Abby's window, the sun was a deep red ball hovering just above the hills in the distance. Soon it would slip out of sight. Abby thought the ball looked like a big drop of blood, like the sky was hurt and needed a bandage. Of course, Abby knew the sky wasn't hurt. She was hurt. But she wasn't hurt in a way that a bandage could help. A bandage couldn't fix the stuffed-up nose and stinging eyes that hours of crying had left her with. And it couldn't fix the fact that the happiness she'd been feeling ever since she'd been united with her friends at Freddy's had been ripped away. Abby's happy was gone. That was why she kept hugging Dolph tighter and tighter and tighter. Hanging on to something familiar, something Abby loved, and who loved her, was the only thing that could stop her tears. Maybe. She hoped. It hadn't worked yet. A knock on the door caused Abby to smush Dolph even more. Abby put her face in Dolph's gray-blue fur. "Abby, sweetheart?" her Aunt Jane called through the door. Abby let go of Dolph with one arm, and she pulled a blanket up over herself and the dolphin. Even through the blanket and the door, she could hear the TV in the living room. She'd heard it for hours. The stupid fake laughter coming from the TV told Abby that her Aunt Jane was watching old-timey sitcoms. "You can't stay in there forever, kiddo," Aunt Jane called. "Leave me alone," Abby shouted. She sniffed again. Jane's exasperated sigh came clearly through the door. "Suit yourself," she said. Abby could tell that her aunt was annoyed, but who cared? She listened in satisfaction as the tap, tap, tap of the dumb high heels her aunt always wore retreated from her door. Jane gave Abby's closed door a long, searing look. Spoiled brat. The obnoxious little twit wouldn't be acting like that much longer, Jane thought as she strode back into her nephew's ratty, pathetic living room. Ha! Living room. How could anyone possibly live in such squalor? Jane sure couldn't. But she could tolerate it. For now. Jane had to keep her eye on the end goal. That was why she was here pretending to help. Oh, she was helping all right. Helping herself. Once Abby was in Jane's custody, Jane would be one step closer to getting control of the big, fat trust fund that should never have been Abby's in the first place. Why Jane's father had left his money to his granddaughter instead of his daughter was beyond Jane. She understood why he hadn't left it to Jane's brother. For one thing, he'd disappeared off the face of the earth after he left his family. For another, he was an idiot. He never should have married such a weak woman. Curling her lip at the couch's sagging cushions, Jane plopped onto one of them, wriggling to try to create a comfortable position. She reached for the TV remote and made yet another attempt to find something decent to watch on the ridiculously old television. Landing on yet another sitcom, Jane heard an odd whirring sound. Crappy TV. Must be feedback, she thought. She turned up the volume so she could hear what was being said instead of hearing the static. Jane smoothed the creases of her pants. I'm going to have to get this pantsuit dry cleaned, she thought. Who knew what kind of parasites were living in the grungy sofa cushions? A funny line on the TV pulled a laugh from Jane. She shook her head at the antics on the screen and... Jane stopped mid-head shake. What was that? She'd caught a glimpse of movement in the kitchen. Was Mike finally home? Jane turned and opened her mouth, preparing the scolding her nephew deserved for expecting her to cool her jets and... Jane dropped the remote. Half in shadow and half in the blood-red smear of the dusk light coming through the kitchen window, a giant bear stood next to Mike's fridge. It was just a few feet from Jane, and it was staring at her with radiant white eyes. Jane closed her eyes. I'm hallucinating, she thought. Just a little time in the dregs of Mike's life, and she was already losing her... Jane opened her eyes again. No way. The bear was still there, and it was taking a step toward her. Still under her blanket, still hugging Dolph, and crying even harder now, Abby went rigid when a big thud shook the house so hard that Abby's bed joggled beneath her. Abby shoved back the blanket and sat up. What was that? She whispered to Dolph. Dolph had no answer, but he was there for support when Abby got out of bed and hurried to her door. Laying her ear against the painted wood, she listened. She heard nothing except the TV. Since Abby had burrowed under the covers, the red ball in the sky had disappeared. Now just a red sheen outlined the top of the hills Abby could see in the distance through her window. Night would be here very soon. Aunt Jane? Abby called. Abby didn't really want Aunt Jane, but she didn't feel right about ignoring the Big Bang. The only response Abby got was more of that fakey-fake laughter from the TV. Abby frowned. She looked back toward her bed. Maybe she should just get back in bed. Abby listened at the door again. No, she had to know what had made that big sound. Abby reached for the doorknob, but then she hesitated. She backtracked to her desk so she could grab her drawing pad and some pencils. Abby always felt better when she had a pad and pencils in the pocket of her overalls, so she stuffed both into place. A bit more confident, Abby returned to her door and opened it. She peeked out into the hallway. Then, hesitantly, she walked down the hall toward the kitchen. It was empty, so Abby looked toward the living room, where... Freddy? Abby's happy came back to her. The animatronic bear separated itself from a blobby shadow near the end of the sofa. As soon as it did, Abby could see she wasn't looking at Freddy. The bear looked like Freddy in every way, except for one obvious difference. His fur wasn't brown. It was golden. The gold was almost the color of the shirt Abby was still wearing with the maroon overalls she'd put on that morning. A golden Freddy. Wow, Abby said. She no longer cared about the miserable hours she'd just gone through. Her eyes stopped stinging. She could breathe through her nose again. Who are... Abby stopped mid-question when a little boy with tousled blonde hair, the same color as the big robotic bear's fur, magically came out of the robot. Not Freddy, the blonde boy said. Abby stared in awe at the little boy. He looked just like an ordinary boy, but not exactly. The boy was kind of sparkly, and Abby could see through him just a wee bit. Abby thought the boy looked the way an angel might look. Abby gave the fairy tale-like boy a big smile. You came for me? She asked. The boy nodded. Everyone's waiting. It's time to go play. Abby squealed and clapped her hands. The blonde boy gave her a smile and then dissolved into a shimmer that went back into Golden Freddy. The big bear gestured at Abby to follow him as he took a giant step toward the front door of the house. Abby looked down at Dolph. She didn't want to risk losing him while she was playing with the others, so she set the dolphin on the kitchen table. As she did, her gaze caught a glimpse of light blue in the living room. Abby turned. On the floor, jutting out from behind the end of the sofa, the hem of Aunt Jane's pants was visible. Her aunt's feet, still in her high heels, stuck out of the pants. The heels seemed to be lying in the pool of something. Ketchup, maybe? How had her aunt spilled ketchup behind the sofa? "Silly Jane," Golden Freddy said. The animatronic spoke in the little boy's voice. "She fell asleep." Abby started to ask herself why her aunt would sleep on the floor in spilled ketchup. But then she shrugged. She didn't care what her aunt did. She turned and followed Golden Freddy out the front door, closing it behind her. Golden Freddy trudged stiffly off the little porch. Abby paused as she listened to his heavy footsteps. All the sun's red was gone. It was full-on night now. A third of the moon was hovering over the concrete-sided stream across the street, and the moon's light made the bear's fur seem like it was about to catch fire. It looked really cool. Abby gazed up and down the street. "How do we get to Freddy's?" she asked Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy cocked his head. One of his big white eyes blinked shut and then opened again in a slow-motion wink. His teeth flashed in the moonlight as he gave Abby a wide smile. The smile was more creepy jack-o'-lantern than warm and friendly, but Golden Freddy couldn't help that. Abby knew that the animatronics couldn't move and make expressions like normal kids. That was okay. Abby had never ridden in a taxi before, so she felt a fizz of excitement when she opened the shiny yellow back door and got into it. Taking a seat, she grinned at the fun, old country music playing on the radio. She looked at the back of the driver's head. All Abby could see around the driver's headrest was curly brown hair sticking out from under a dirty baseball cap that looked like it had been worn for thousands and thousands of days. The hair and the cap were bopping to the twangy music. Abby shifted her gaze to the rearview mirror, and she saw crinkled green eyes looking back at her. The driver turned his head, and she noticed a toothpick sticking out between lips stretched into a friendly smile. The driver faced front again and asked, "Where to, little lady?" As Abby opened her mouth to answer the question, the other back seat door opened. The taxi settled low, really low, as Golden Freddy squeezed himself in through the door and managed to sit next to Abby. "What the hell?" The driver spun around in his seat, jerking so much that he hit his head on the roof of the taxi. He spit out his toothpick and let out a shriek. Abby smiled, but she didn't blame the driver for his reaction. She knew adults didn't understand. The driver's mouth hung open as he stared at Golden Freddy. Golden Freddy gave the driver one of his big grins. The driver turned around farther to look at Abby. She smiled at him sweetly. The driver shook his head, then faced the front of the taxi again. "Not cool, man," he said. "Not cool." Abby disagreed. She thought riding in a taxi with Golden Freddy was very cool. Muttering something Abby couldn't make out, the driver took in a loud breath. Then he put the car in gear. "We want to go to the old Freddy's Pizzeria, please," Abby said. The driver eyed Abby in his rearview mirror. He shook his head. "Why do I always get the weirdos?" he asked. Chapter 21. Mike opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was an orb of bright, bright light above his head. The light was too bright to be in Freddy's. Or was it? The next thing Mike noticed was that he was lying on metal. Metal. Not that chair again. Mike put his hands on the cold, flat surface and tried to push himself off of it. That was when he noticed the third thing. His whole body hurt. Why did... He levered up enough to look down at himself. He frowned at what he saw. Mike wasn't in the chair at Freddy's. He was lying on a stainless steel table. His shirt was gone, and his chest was wrapped in a swath of heavy bandages. Beyond his chest, Mike could see that his pants leg had been cut away from his left lower leg. The leg was wrapped up in bandages, too. He gritted his teeth and sat up. He swung his legs off the metal table. "Careful," a woman's voice said. No, not just a woman. Vanessa. Mike tracked the direction of her voice, and he found Vanessa, uniformed, sitting in a folding metal chair about 6 feet from him. The chair was tucked in the corner of a room filled with white metal and glass-fronted cabinets. Definitely not Freddy's. The room's walls were painted stark white, and the floor was a gleaming royal blue. Everything Mike saw looked fresh and sanitary. "I got the bleeding to stop, but you'll probably need stitches," Vanessa said. Mike looked at his bandages again. "Where are we?" "Police supply outpost and aid station. I brought you here from Freddy's. You were badly hurt." A memory of the descending open mask flashed through Mike's head. "They tried to kill me." Mike looked at Vanessa. She dropped her head, and her eyes got tucked into a pleat of darkness cast by the cabinet next to her. "But I'm guessing you already knew that," Mike said. Vanessa said nothing. Mike leaned forward. "Max, her brother, and the other men. Did you know about them, too?" Vanessa lifted her head, and her eyes came out of the shadow. She looked at Mike, and he saw that her eyes were filled with tears. "You did know," Mike said. He'd really hoped that she didn't. "It's complicated," Vanessa said. "Complicated? You mean more complicated than a bunch of possessed robots murdering innocent people?" "Those people trashed Freddy's," Vanessa shouted. "They weren't innocent." "Well, Abby is," Mike said. As Vanessa buried her face in her hands, Mike didn't bother to say that even vandals didn't deserve to have their faces gnawed off, or their bodies chewed in half. Why, Max, Mike thought. Why had she been part of that? He shook his head. It didn't matter. Abby was the only thing that mattered. "You watched her play with those things," Mike said to Vanessa's bowed head. His voice rose. "You knew what they were capable of, and you didn't say anything." Mike shoved himself off the table. He took a weak step forward. He scanned the room. "Where are my things? I need to go, now." Vanessa dropped her hands. When she looked up at Mike, her face was striped by glistening tear tracks. "Mike, Abby's in danger." Mike spotted his shirt lying on a stainless steel counter under a row of cabinets on the far side of the room. The shirt was bloody, and it was torn, but it was a shirt. He limped toward it. "Mike!" He stopped and turned toward Vanessa. Vanessa put up her hands. "Slow down. Take a breath." She switched to her stern cop voice, and her face flipped from contrite to authoritarian. "Tell me what happened." Mike suddenly couldn't move. The memory of his dream, of everything he'd done, came rushing back at him. It was his turn to drop his head. If only he could take it all back. It took superhuman effort to open his mouth and confess what he'd done. As he did, he couldn't face Vanessa. He talked to the floor. "In my dream," Mike began. He took a breath and tried again. "They wanted Abby, and I gave her to them." He pressed his palm against the side of his head. "It was a terrible mistake, and when I tried to fix it," he pounded the heel of his hand against his temple. Mike looked at Vanessa. "What do they want with my sister?" Several long seconds passed. Mike thought Vanessa wasn't going to answer. And when she did, he wished she hadn't. "They want to make her like them," Vanessa said. The pretty yellow taxi drove away. Abby waved to the driver, but he didn't wave back. He didn't even look at her. Abby shrugged. She gazed up at Golden Freddy, her friend. Golden Freddy held out his big, furry hand. Abby grinned and took it. They swung their hands together as they walked toward the entrance to Freddy's. Golden Freddy's heavy steps crackle-thumped over the crumbly concrete sidewalk. Abby felt like she might burst. She was so excited. Golden Freddy pushed the metal door open. He let go of Abby's hand and motioned for her to go through in front of him. Such a gentleman. Abby skipped into the pizzeria's lobby. Behind her, the heavy door clanked shut. Abby turned back toward Golden Freddy and he was gone. Abby frowned. She turned in a full circle. "Where'd you go?" Abby looked at the door. Had he left? No, she'd have heard his footsteps. She turned toward the archway. She'd have heard his footsteps no matter which way he'd gone. Abby shrugged. She'd seen some of Golden Freddy's magic. He must have used that to disappear. Maybe he was with the others. Abby started across the lobby, heading toward the dining room. She couldn't wait to see Freddy, original Freddy, and the others. The scuff tap of Abby's footsteps seemed to bounce off the dining room walls as she walked into the room. She looked toward the stages. The curtains were drawn back, but the stages were empty. Abby frowned and looked around. "Hello?" Most of the dining room was so dim that Abby could barely see it. Instead of the usual half-on, half-off fluorescent bulbs that lit the room, just one single floodlight came from the stage. It stretched out like a fat, yellow, ghostly finger, which pointed across the room at the wall of children's drawings. "Freddy?" Abby called. "Chica? Anyone?" Abby's calls circled around the room and returned to her. No one answered them. Looking at the light finger, Abby gazed toward the end of it. Why was it pointing at the drawings? Curious, Abby walked over to the wall. She looked up. Abby had noticed the drawings before. It was impossible to miss them. The curled, brittle papers covered nearly one whole wall of the dining room. And the air currents in the room were always tickling the drawings, which made them crackle. Abby had never really looked at the drawings before, though. Now she did. Drawn by kids younger than Abby, the pictures were mostly of stick figures, but it was possible to tell what the figures were supposed to be. Abby could see, in the images, kids playing, families eating, the animatronics performing. The pale circle of light at the end of the yellow ghost finger was centered in the middle of the drawings, and in the center of the circle, one drawing stood out. Abby stepped over to it. The drawing was of a yellow rabbit, which was holding hands with 5 smiling children. Even though they were clumsily drawn, Abby recognized the children. They were her friends. After she'd dropped her bomb, Vanessa had left her chair and started pacing back and forth by the cabinets. Mike, still stunned, could only watch her in silence. Vanessa stopped pacing. Standing with her back to Mike, she began to talk. Cop Vanessa was gone again. This was the gentler side of Vanessa, and she spoke so softly that he had to strain to hear her. "In the 80s, she began, when those children went missing, the police searched Freddy's from top to bottom. Every square inch was accounted for, but they never found them." Something about Vanessa's voice or her words turned Mike's shame on its head. Anger swelled up from his bandaged chest. He clamped his teeth together and clenched his fists. "The man who took them," Vanessa went on, "he's a very bad man. A cruel man." Mike watched Vanessa reach into the pocket of her uniform pants. She took out a folded piece of paper. "He's also a very clever man," she said. "He knew the parents would scream bloody murder and the police would come looking. And he knew there was one place that the police would never think to check. Because why would they?" Vanessa turned around to face Mike. "Why would anyone?" Mike's legs almost went out from under him as his mind replayed the gut-wrenching moment when he'd watched the animatronics open up in the torture chamber of the parts and service room. His memory flashed on Max's cleaved-in half-body, inside the animatronic. As if she was seeing what Mike was envisioning in his head, Vanessa said, "It's not just the children's ghosts inside those robots." Mike's stomach heaved. He kept his mouth shut. "It's their bodies," Vanessa said. The yellow light finger disappeared. That made it seem like a dark shade had come down over the drawings. The shade came down over everything. For an instant. Then 4 new light fingers extended down from the ceiling. They pointed at an angle toward the 2 stages. Abby turned around, looking toward the stages. She clapped her hands. There were her friends. Freddy and Bonnie and Chica stood at their microphones on the main stage. Foxy was set up on his smaller stage. They were all ready to put on a show. Vanessa took a few steps toward Mike. The folded paper was compressed in her closed hand, held to her chest. The hand was visibly trembling. "You have to understand," Vanessa said. "The kids don't want to hurt anybody. It's him. He influences them. Somehow. Who? It wasn't their fault." Vanessa's tone was pleading now. "They were scared and alone, and they didn't know any better." Vanessa held out her empty hand. "You have to believe me." Why did Mike think that Vanessa wasn't talking just about the kids at Freddy's? He knew why. The urgency in Vanessa's tone was too intense. It sounded like she wasn't just trying to justify the behavior of some ghost kids. Her tone was too personal for that. It sounded like she was begging for absolution. Mike stepped forward and put his hands on Vanessa's shoulders. He could feel them quaking in his grasp. She's scared out of her mind, Mike thought. Abby frowned at her friends. Why weren't they moving? The animatronics were frozen in place. They looked like sculptures. Abby's gaze shifted from one lit-up friend to the next. She took a step forward. "Guys?" They still didn't move. The Vanessa switch clicked again. The almost childlike, "please forgive me" crimp between her brows disappeared. Her jaw took on the hardness Mike had seen so many times before. Vanessa shrugged out from under Mike's hands. She stepped back, and when she spoke again, her voice had an edge. "I tried to warn you." Mike gave Vanessa a "you've got to be kidding" look. She nodded once, emphatically. "In my way, I really did try. You were just too dense, too single-minded." She shrugged. "It's too late now. He knows you're looking for him." The resolve wavered. Little girl Vanessa reappeared, hunching Vanessa's shoulders. "He'll be coming," she said in a hushed tone. "Who is he?" Mike asked. Vanessa pressed her lips together. "Vanessa, please," Mike implored her. "You have to tell me." Vanessa held out the folded paper she held in a vice grip. "He's my father," she said. Mike took the paper. His hands beginning to shake, he unfolded it. The paper was an old, folded and refolded photograph. Mike gasped. "No," he whispered. He stared so hard at the photograph that his eyes started to hurt, and the photograph began to blur. But it didn't matter. He'd seen it. He'd never unsee it. In the photo, a little girl with streaked blonde hair stood in front of a bright and shiny Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. A screaming yellow grand opening banner fluttered from the eaves of the building. Beneath the banner, all 4 animatronics were crouched down on one knee, surrounding the little girl like they were all one big, happy family. The girl grinned from ear to ear, and in her hand, she held Garrett's orange toy airplane. He dropped the photo. He took a step back as if the photo was a firebomb that would incinerate him. Mike lifted his gaze to Vanessa. He had to clear his throat twice before he could get his vocal cords to work. When he could finally speak, his words sounded like they were rattling over a gravel road. You knew. Vanessa held out a hand. Mike, my brother, this whole time, you knew. Vanessa shook her head. Not about Garrett. No, at least, not when I met you. But the others? Vanessa looked down. I'm sorry, Mike. I'm so. The photo hadn't turned into a firestorm, but Mike's emotions did. All the shame, the confusion, the shock, they all fused together. They exploded into a ball of pure rage. Mike lunged forward and grabbed Vanessa by her uniform collar. Tell me how to stop them, he growled. Tell me how to save my sister. If ever Mike expected to see the cop side of Vanessa, it was now. But she didn't react with power. She shrank inward like a victim. Her eyes were so wide that they almost filled her face. Abby took a stutter step back when the stage speakers crackled. An assault of whiny feedback forced her to cover her ears. The multicolored performance lights sprang on, sweeping over the stage like whipping ribbons. Red ribbons, blue ribbons, yellow ribbons, orange ribbons, purple ribbons. Light ribbons went every which way. And finally, the animatronics came to life. They exploded to life. They all launched into the rock song that they were most famous for. Abby, relieved, clapped her hands and started dancing. Chapter 22. In the driver's seat of Vanessa's police cruiser, Mike curled his fingers around the car's thick, leather steering wheel and stomped on the accelerator as he rounded a curve and hit a straightaway on the back road that led from the aid station to Freddy's. The V8 engine rumbled, and Mike felt the cruiser's power swell around him. He inhaled deeply, gathering his courage. The interior of the car smelled like Vanessa. If Mike closed his eyes, which he wasn't going to do going this fast, he could have convinced himself he was sitting in a field of flowers, under an apple tree, eating a vanilla cookie. If only. The night was pitch black, and the only light on the road was created by the searchlight beams of the cruiser's headlights. Surrounded by all the LED-lit equipment inside the car, Mike felt like he was in the cockpit of a spaceship, flying through the farthest reaches of the galaxy. It was too bad that all the bells and whistles that crowded the cruiser's dashboard and middle console were of no use to Mike. Too bad they weren't phasers or photon torpedoes, or something. Unfortunately, the two-way radio, laptop, radar gun, electronic ticketing console, video camera, in-vehicle router, and automatic license plate reader were not going to help Mike save his sister. Electricity, Vanessa's voice said in Mike's head. With one eye on the spears of light drilling through the black tunnel of country road and forest, and one eye in his memory, Mike relived his preparations for returning to Freddy's. He'd been getting ready to leave the aid station. Bloody and shredded shirt back on, Mike clicked Vanessa's utility belt in place around his waist. The leather band was heavy because all of its compartments and sleeves were stuffed full, except for the gun holster because Vanessa wouldn't let Mike have her gun. Mike settled the belt as comfortably as he could on his hip as Vanessa opened one of the tall supply cabinets and leaned into it. "Electricity is the key." Vanessa's voice was muffled because her head was in the cabinet. Vanessa's head came out of the cabinet. She turned, holding up what looked like a long black and silver barbecue fork with a lightsaber-like handle. Vanessa pushed a button on the handle, and a blue sizzle of electricity sparked between the two prongs on the end of the fork. "We use these cattle prods for animal control." She walked toward Mike and pointed at his waist. "And you've got 2 taser guns on the utility belt. They won't do permanent damage, but they'll mess with the animatronics circuitry. Hopefully buy you some time." The cruiser's heavy-duty tires hit a pothole deep enough to jounce the vehicle. Mike shut off his mind's replay. He glanced at the cattle prod, which lay in the passenger's seat. Would it really help? Given everything Vanessa had hid from Mike, could he trust her advice? Mike put his attention fully back on the road, and when he did, he spotted a faint red aura low in the distance. Neon red, plus some yellow and white. Freddy's exterior lights were on. The bleary phosphorescence that reached out into the surrounding blackout looked to Mike like a dire omen. It pretty much screamed, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Cattle prod hanging from a loop on the utility belt, Mike gripped the tire iron he got from the cruiser's trunk after he'd parked the car at the back edge of the pizzeria's disintegrating asphalt. He was skulking along the side of the grizzled old building, which struck him as a hostile enemy waiting for him, in stealth mode, eager for the coming battle. Bending low, Mike ran his hand along the rough, warped wood siding. "You should avoid the main entrance," the memory of Vanessa guided him in his head. "Look for an outlet vent on the east side of the building. It was sealed up years ago, but if you can get it open, that's the best way to get inside without being detected." Mike's palm transitioned from splintery boards to what felt like rusty metal. Bingo. Step 1. Find the vent opening. Done. Mike fumbled with the utility belt. He found the pen light's compartment, and he pulled it out. Aiming the light, briefly, at the metal he'd found, he saw that 3 2x4s had been nailed over the vent. Even in the on and off blip of pen light he shone on the boards, he could see that the lumber was gray with age. Shouldn't be a problem to remove. Mike groped around on the utility belt and found the sleeve that held a folding knife. Flipping it open, he used the end of it to work the nails loose from the boards. The back-and-forth motion made a wheezy scritch, but it wasn't too loud. In just a few minutes, Mike had pried the boards away from the vent. After that, his knife made quick work of loosening the cover from the siding. Step 2, remove vent opening. Done. Mike dropped to the ground and peered into the confined murk of the vent shaft. The pen light revealed a dusty mass of cobwebs just inside the opening. Mike sighed and swiped away the webs. He eased into the meager space and snaked himself forward. As he slithered, his mind took him back to the aid station. He replayed his last few moments with Vanessa. When Vanessa had handed Mike the keys to her cruiser, their fingers had brushed together briefly. The effect of the touch lingered far after Vanessa drew her hand back. Troubled by the puzzle of his feelings for this woman who flipped so mercurially from friend to foe, Mike had lifted his gaze to her face. He'd found her looking directly back at him. Of all the emotions Vanessa had triggered in Mike, the prominent one now was betrayal. Mike felt double-crossed, stabbed in the back. The throbbing pain of his wounds highlighted that sensation. Could she see the bitterness in his eyes? Mike didn't know, but he could easily read her feelings. Vanessa's face was contorted with humiliation and regret. For an instant, Mike had felt sorry for Vanessa. But then he thought about Garrett. "How many?" Mike asked. He clipped the words and swung them at her like he was hitting her with her own baton. Vanessa flinched and looked away. She avoided the question. "You need to hurry." Mike dropped his voice into an aggressive snarl. "How many, Vanessa? How many has your father killed?" Vanessa's gaze flitted up to Mike's face and then away again. "I don't know. Honestly, I don't." "Is Garrett?" Mike couldn't finish the question. He swallowed and tried again. "Is my brother one of them? In the machines?" Vanessa looked squarely at Mike and shook her head. "No, Garrett was before Freddy's." Mike felt the flames of his fury settle, by inches. It was small comfort, but at least his brother wasn't a ghost trapped in a robot. Mike collected himself. Garrett was gone, but he could save Abby. He had to get moving. "Come with me," he said to Vanessa. Vanessa shook her head vehemently. "No." Mike leaned in toward her. "You owe them, and you owe me." Vanessa's head shook even more emphatically, so much so that her hair twist came undone, and her hair fell down her back. "I can't, Mike," she said. "I can't." Obviously seeing that her refusal was rekindling the fire of his anger, she rushed on. "I really can't. If he's there, I won't be of any use to you. Believe me." Mike did. He looked into her eyes, so soft blue right now that it seemed like some of her essence, life force, was leaching from her. He saw it all clearly now. The reason for the way she acted, for the choices she'd made. Vanessa had lived through even worse trauma than Mike had. She was beyond screwed up by her childhood. She was broken. Mike's words came out thoughtlessly. "He really messed you up, didn't he?" Vanessa turned away. She was visibly quavering. "Please." Her voice was soft but insistent. "You have to hurry." Mike fisted the cruiser's keys. He nodded. As Mike turned away from Vanessa, he saw her sink to the floor. Her sobs followed him out of the aid station. The replay in Mike's mind faded out as a rat scrambled past him. Mike's knee-jerk reaction to the rodent brought him to a dead stop, and he could have sworn he was hearing Vanessa's sobs murmuring through the vent shaft. The pitiful sounds wrapped around him just as heavily as the thick, sticky clumps of cobwebs that clung to his hair, clothes, and skin. Mike wanted to cover his ears to block out the sound, but he knew it came from within him. And besides, he needed his hands and arms to continue his furtive army crawl. Even over the memory of Vanessa's sobs, Mike could hear the sound of 80s music. He'd heard it faintly when he was just a few feet inside the building, and it got louder and louder as he progressed through the shaft. The driving rock beat muffled the imaginary sounds of Vanessa's pain, and they brought Mike fully into the present. Mike inched his way around a turn in the shaft, and he saw a flare of painted light reaching toward him through the darkness. He was almost to the dining room. Mike picked up his pace. This created more noise, but the booming music masked the tinny banging of his knees against the metal ductwork. In just seconds, Mike, panting, reached the metal grate that covered the end of the vent shaft. Through the slanted slats, he could see, minimally, into the dining room and the stage at the opposite end. Mike turned his head so he could push his face up against the slats. He put his eye to one of the openings. He choked on one of his heaving breaths. "Abby," Mike whispered urgently. Abby was flushed and sweaty from dancing to the music. Her friend's act was amazing. All the time they'd been performing, Abby's friends had seemed lost in the music. Now, though, Chica looked down at Abby and motioned for Abby to come up on the stage. "Yay!" Abby thought. She hopped up onto the stage and ran to her friend. Abby expected to be included in the performance, but instead, Chica took her hand and pulled her back away from the microphones. While the others continued to dance and sing, Chica led Abby to the back of the stage. Abby was confused, but she didn't resist. Why should she? Chica was her friend. Abby went along, wondering what Chica was up to, as Chica opened a door and stepped into a hall, a really small one that had almost no light. Chica started down the hall, pulling Abby along by her hand. Although his view was obstructed, Mike could see through a door at the back of the stage. Chica was leading Abby into a narrow corridor. Mike shoved at the metal grate. It didn't budge. Backtracking so he could throw more power behind his efforts, Mike pounded on the vent covering. It continued to hold. Rabid in his need to get through the opening, Mike's hands groped Vanessa's utility belt. There had to be something he could use to loosen the vent cover. Abby trusted Chica, but the cramped hallway made her think of a cave. A long cave, underground and cut off from light. It made her a little nervous. Abby was about to ask Chica where they were going when Chica stopped and let go of Abby's hand. The chick stepped back, and Abby saw an open doorway. "What's in there?" Abby asked. Chica raised a hand and pointed a large, feathery finger into the room. Still a little nervous, but game, Abby shrugged and walked forward. She found herself in a room filled with tools and parts of robots. It was kind of icky looking. She didn't like seeing all the unconnected hands and arms and legs. Chica nudged Abby and pointed again. Abby turned, and she immediately hugged herself. She really didn't like what she was looking at now, not even a little. Sitting in the kind of light Abby had seen in haunted houses on TV, a big, red-haired doll with rosy cheeks lay in a metal chair. Abby didn't like either the doll, which had staring eyes and a too-wide smile, or the chair, which was ugly and hard-looking. Abby began backpedaling. She was no longer just a little nervous. She was feeling really bad, like something was very, very wrong. She thought it might be time to... A sound, sort of like a purring cat, but not as friendly, began coming from the doll. Abby, stuck in place by growing fear, and the tiniest bit of curiosity, stared at the doll. As Abby watched, the doll's torso began to open. The doll's insides looked like they were filled with sharp metal. Abby's curiosity went away. Scared was the only thing left. She backed up another step. "Chica," Abby began, "I don't like..." Abby sucked in her breath when Chica lunged toward her. Before Abby could complete the breath, or make another sound, Chica had grabbed Abby by the waist and lifted Abby off the floor. When Mike finally got the grate loose, with the help of a multi-tool from Vanessa's duty belt, one punch sent the vent cover flying. It clattered to the floor, but the noise was barely noticeable because the rock music was now blaring even more loudly. Its volume was nearly at speaker-exploding decibels. Mike crawled out of the vent onto the floor. There, he lay still, looking toward the stage. Had the animatronics seen him come out of the vent opening? It didn't seem like it. Foxy was still dancing on his small stage, and Freddy and Bonnie were singing their lungs out, eyes closed, boogieing cloddishly. Figuring that if he stayed low, he could fly under the radar, Mike began crawling toward the main stage. As he went, he kept an eye on the animatronics, but they were still oblivious. They were like dervishes, lost in their performances. They moved with an almost maniacal intensity. When Mike reached the base of the stage, he raised his head. He needed to reach the doorway at the back of the stage, but Freddy and Bonnie blocked his way. How could he get past them? As Mike hesitated, a distant and very loud clang, clang, chink prodded Mike out of pondering and into action. He leaped to his feet and whirled toward the sound, which was coming from down the hall, not from the back of the stage. What if Chica had led Abby farther into the building in a roundabout way? Mike was no longer thinking about the animatronics. He was thinking about Abby. He had to find her. Freddy's eyes opened. He stopped singing and dancing. He looked in Mike's direction. Mike immediately ducked low and scrambled backward. After just a couple yards of retreat, his foot whacked against something, and he felt a splash of water soak his shoe and sock. He turned. The buckets of soapy, and now dirty, water were still sitting at the base of the stage, right where Mike had left them. Mike glanced up at the stage. Freddy was back to performing again. Good. The buckets had triggered the idea for a plan. One that just might work. "Chica, no!" Abby screamed as Chica carried her toward the awful doll in the metal chair. Chica had Abby by the torso, head in front of Chica and legs behind. Grunting, Abby squirmed and twisted, but Chica's grip was strong. Chica flipped Abby over and began pushing her into the open doll. Abby, her heart going faster than it ever had, did everything she could do to stay away from the doll's scary metal parts. Abby kicked her legs like she was swimming. She threw out her feet to drive her shoe into Chica's hips. She balled her hands into fists and pounded on Chica's arms. Abby's hissy fit-like struggle slowed Chica down a little because the chick had to try to line Abby up with the doll, and she couldn't because Abby kept moving. However, Chica wasn't slowed down enough. Abby knew why. She was just a little girl, and Chica was big and made of metal. Abby couldn't get free. She felt herself being pushed back onto the metal parts. "Help!" she shrieked. Abby really wanted her brother. She really, really did. Mike had gotten himself into a crouch next to one of the buckets when he heard Abby's cry. The sound moved him, fast. Grabbing the bucket, Mike dashed toward the stage. He was fully visible to the stage now, but Freddy and Bonnie were too engrossed in their performance to notice. Mike pulled back the bucket and tossed its contents to the stage floor, right under Freddy's feet. Mike whirled and went for the second bucket. This one he threw toward Bonnie's feet. As soon as the second bucket was empty, Mike tossed it aside. He pulled out one of the taser guns from Vanessa's utility belt, and he planted himself in front of the stage. Mike fired the taser without hesitation. Instantly, the gun's wires shot metal probes up and out toward the pools of water beneath the animatronic's feet. An arc of blue electricity hit the water and coursed like a heat-seeking, or robot-seeking, missile into those feet. The electricity shot up through both animatronics. A pyrotechnic display of sparks fountained over the stage. Freddy and Bonnie stopped singing and dancing. They went stiff. The stage lights flickered, then went out. Both animatronics became felled redwoods. They hit the stage like they'd been dropped from the top of a 50-story building. Wham! The impact literally shook the building's foundation. While the floor beneath him was still pulsating, Mike turned. He ran toward the sound of his sister's screams for help. Abby was almost completely pressed into the doll now. Her neck and back and legs and arms all hurt from the hard, sharp metal poking into her skin. Panting and crying, Abby was becoming too weak to fight anymore. Her throat hurt from screaming and yelling. And now she was crying, and her nose was so stuffed up she was having trouble breathing. Abby looked up at Chica. Abby had never been so hurt and let down. Not even Mike had ever made her feel this bad before. Abby sniffed. "Please, Chica, let me go." Chica didn't even look at Abby. The animatronic was reaching down. Abby started to gasp even more frantically for breath. She was sure Chica was about to close her into the doll. But then, the haunted house light was gobbled up by bright white light. Abby squinted and tried to see around Chica. "Hey!" Mike's voice shouted. "Mike!" Abby called out. "I knew he'd come," she thought. Actually, Abby hadn't known Mike would come, but she'd hoped. And then her fear had made the hope go away. Now the hope was back. Mike, having flipped on the main lights in the parts and service room, stood in its doorway, his taser gun at the ready. "Get the hell away from my sister!" He yelled at the nasty yellow chick who was trying to shove Abby into the red-headed animatronic. Mike recognized the doll-like animatronic. It was the one he'd seen in the storage room. No way was he going to let Abby get closed up inside that killing machine. Chica turned away from the metal chair. Letting go of Abby, the robotic chick came at Mike. Mike immediately triggered the taser gun. The taser wires streamed through the air. The probes separated, and each of them drilled directly into one of Chica's eyes. Chica dropped as fast and as hard as her compatriots had. She hit the floor in a full prone position, legs and arms akimbo, and she began to convulse. Her eyes blinked frenetically. The instant Chica let her go, Abby had shoved herself away from the little girl animatronic. Now she jumped out of the chair and ran to Mike. She threw herself at him. Mike caught his sister in his arms. He hugged her close as she sobbed against his neck. "Are you okay?" Mike asked. "Are you hurt?" Mike felt Abby's head shake against his shoulder. "No," she said in a tiny voice. But she was crying. Her tears were hot on Mike's skin, trickling down into his shirt. Abby pulled her head away from Mike. She stole a glance back at Chica. Mike looked that way too. Smoke was spiraling up from Chica's charred eye sockets. The chick was dead still. Abby sniffled loudly and said, through more sobs, "I don't know what's wrong with her. I don't know why she's acting like this." Mike patted Abby's shoulder. I know. It'll be okay." Keeping an eye on Chica, Mike set Abby on the floor, but he held on to her. When it was clear she was steady on her feet, he crouched down in front of her. "Listen to me, Abs." Mike put his hands on Abby's shoulders. Abby pulled her gaze from Chica and looked into Mike's eyes. He looked right back, and he leaned closer to her. "I've been an idiot," Mike said, "about so many things. I need you to know that I'm sorry, okay? Everything I've been hung up on, none of it matters. You're the most important thing in my life. And I swear to you, I'm going to make sure you know that. I'm going to show you, every day, how much you matter. I'm going to do everything better." Abby's brows furrowed briefly. Then she swiped at her tear-covered face and gave Mike the biggest smile he'd ever gotten from her. Mike felt like his heart was blowing up like a massive hot air balloon. But what was filling him up wasn't hot air. It was love. He gave Abby a smile to match her own. "I love you too," Abby said. Then she glanced at Chica. "We should probably go now," Abby added. Mike looked at Chica too. He gave Abby's shoulders a squeeze. "Right." He straightened. Mike tucked away the taser gun. He'd used both of its cartridges. It wouldn't be a lot of help now. He pulled out the cattle prod and looked down at Abby. "We have to assume the others are also out of whack," he said. Abby nodded. Mike linked his free hand in hers. "Okay," he said. "Let's get out of here." Mike aimed them out of the room. They started trotting back down the hallway. For the first 20 feet of their flight, Mike thought they had a good chance of getting away. But then, he heard a wasp-like buzz pursuing them down the hall. Tensing, Mike quickly looked over his shoulder. What the hell? A small, hot pink ball was flying toward them, coming with the speed of an arrow shot from a high-powered compound bow. Mike saw a flash of white in the pink. He realized what he was seeing. Chica's cupcake. And then the pink ball was attached to his injured calf. Mike bellowed in pain, and his leg went out from under him. The momentum of his fall disconnected Mike from Abby. He hit the floor, a solid impact. His landing knocked the cattle prod from his grasp. It skittered across the linoleum. "Mike!" Abby started to crouch over Mike. "Run!" Mike shouted. Abby looked down the hall. Her eyes were fraught with terror. She didn't move. "Go!" Mike urged, whipping his leg back and forth to try and disconnect the cupcake. "Hide!" Abby finally ran. Mike, now trying to whack at the cupcake with his fist, watched Abby dash across the dining room. "Go," he thought, when she made a beeline toward the arcade. Abby, her chest heaving, raced past the small stage, heading toward the first row of game machines at the front edge of the arcade. She could hide behind the games, she thought. But Abby was worried about her brother. Slowing her pace just a little, Abby started to turn to look back toward Mike. That's when she felt it, the strong sense that someone was watching her. Abby whipped her head toward the small stage. At first, Abby saw nothing. Then she noticed a hint of movement. She quickly looked toward it, and she saw the ghost-like form of a little blue-eyed boy coming out from behind the small stage's curtains. As fast as the boy appeared, he was gone. But Abby spotted something else. 2 pinpricks of red light spit into view from the back of the stage. Abby's gaze was caught by more movement. The silver tip of Foxy's hook came into view. Abby ran harder than she ever had in her life. She shot down the first row of game machines and disappeared, she hoped, into the back of the arcade. Chapter 23. Although Mike could feel chomping teeth against the bandages on his leg, he was pretty sure that the cupcake was getting mostly a mouthful of gauze and padding. It hadn't yet managed to sink its teeth into the meat of his leg. Mike flung his leg against the floor, using the hard surface to scrape the cupcake off him. The cupcake tumbled back. Mike immediately scrabbled toward the cattle prod. When Mike was still a couple feet from the weapon, he stretched out his fingers. He was almost... Mike screamed as a jagged jolt of pain shot up his leg. He looked back. The cupcake had reattached, and this time it got a better grip. It had a healthy mouthful of Mike's calf, and it was starting to gnaw its way up Mike's leg like it was an ear of corn. Mike flipped over and started using his right leg to kick the cupcake on his left leg. The cupcake hung on as Mike stomped at it. Once, twice, 3 times. Finally, his heel managed to land square in the center of the cupcake's googly-eyed face. The blow wrenched the cupcake free of Mike's leg. Unfortunately, it took a good-sized chunk of Mike's calf with it when it tumbled away. Mike was hit with a wave of nausea, but he ignored it. He also ignored the rush of liquid warmth pouring down his leg. He had to get the cattle prod. Mike surged toward the prod, and he grabbed it. He fumbled to find the power switch. A clatter, followed by a waspy buzz, let Mike know that the cupcake was once again in motion. The buzzing sound grew louder, and Mike knew the thing had launched itself toward the back of his head. Mike spun from his stomach to his back. He brought up the cattle prod. His timing was impeccable. When he pointed the cattle prod to the space above his head, the prod skewered the cupcake right through its buck-toothed mouth. A spark show similar to the one Mike had seen on the stage, but on a smaller scale, blew up right in front of his face. The sparks came from the cupcake's round, white eyes. Mike flicked the cattle prod, sending the cupcake flying. It hit the floor, rolled, and was still. That was when Mike's mind provided him with a sick vision of what would have happened if he hadn't turned over. The cupcake would have landed on the back of Mike's head. It would have chewed through him, the same way it had gone through the skull of the man Mike had found in the parts and service room. Mike shook off the unwelcome inner movie. He concentrated on getting to his feet. Abby risked a peek around the bright red and gold side of a big arcade machine. Abby didn't know what game it was. She immediately shrank back into her hiding spot. Foxy was standing at the front of the arcade, next to the smashed prize cabinet Abby had darted past less than a minute before. The animatronic, who used to be Abby's friend, was turning his head from side to side. His eyes, which were really, really bright, looked mad. He was trying to find Abby, and not for anything good. Or maybe Abby was wrong. Maybe Foxy was still her friend. Maybe he wasn't mad at her. Maybe he was worried for her. She decided to take another itsy-bitsy look. Abby braced herself against the side of the big game cabinet. She started to lean forward, and her hand slid. Tinny music busted out. The machine's lights fired up. Pings and dings and beeps blipped over Abby. Foxy's head whipped around. He shot his gaze toward the "look at me" machine. Abby flattened herself against the cold metal side of the machine while it continued to scream, "She's over here!" Abby's finger must have grazed a power button. Dumb, she thought. She should have been more careful. She shouldn't have tried to look again. She squeezed her eyes shut as she heard the stomp, stomp, stomp of Foxy's approaching footsteps. Then she chastised herself for being such a stupid baby. She shot away from the noisy machine and hurtled toward the ball pit. Once there, she quickly and quietly lowered herself into the sea of many-colored plastic balls. Right before she pulled her head under the surface, Abby snuck a look back toward where she'd been hiding. Foxy had reached the still shrilling cabinet. He looked down at it, and then looked around it. Abby kept very still beneath the plastic balls. She held her breath as if she were underwater. Mike, limping heavily, reached the center of the dining room. He checked the stage. Freddy and Bonnie were still prone on the stage floor. Mike looked toward the small stage. It was empty. Where was Foxy? "Abby?" Mike called softly. He'd seen her go toward the arcade. He headed that way. Mike was still several feet from the arcade when he heard a voice calling his name. A child's voice. Mike turned, and he felt the blood drain from his face. Standing in the archway that led to the lobby and main corridor was a little boy. A little boy with tousled black hair and bow-like lips. "Garrett," Mike whispered. Abby had to start breathing again. She opened her mouth and took a gasp of air. And another. And another. Silent little breaths. The air didn't smell good at all. It smelled dirty and spoiled, like food that was too old. But Abby did her best to ignore the yucky stink. She held herself super-duper still. From the clomping footsteps, Abby could tell Foxy was getting close. If they'd been playing the warmer-colder game, Foxy was getting warmer. A lot warmer. More clumps. Foxy was hot, hot, hot. Abby was sure that if Foxy looked down, he'd be staring right at where she lay, hidden by the pool of brightly colored balls. She didn't move even the teeniest, tiniest muscle. Mike walked toward his little brother. Garrett didn't move. All Garrett did was stand in the shrouded archway. He stared blankly at Mike. "Garrett?" Mike said again, louder this time. "He's here, Mike," Garrett said. The boy took a step backward, then a second step. "Wait," Mike called. Mike hurried forward as fast as his leg would let him. He crossed the few feet between himself and Garrett in little more than a couple seconds. But when Mike was almost to the archway, Garrett melted away. It was as if Garrett became part of the gloaming under the archway. He was there, and then he was something else. In Garrett's place, someone in a rabbit costume appeared. Not just someone, a man. Mike could tell this from the rabbit's height and its stride, and its grandstanding swank. The rabbit strode toward Mike. Mike put on the brakes and began backing up. He wanted to turn and run, but he couldn't take his eyes off the repellent rabbit. The animatronics were ragged and dirty, but they looked pristine compared to this atrocious costume. This rabbit suit looked like it had gone through an apocalypse. Tattered ears drooped over cloudy eyes that were surrounded by smudges of black. The rabbit's yellow fur was mottled with stains, some of which looked disturbingly like blood. Its fur was torn away in jagged strips, revealing blackened splotches beneath. But the worst part about the rabbit was that it was striding toward Mike with a filthy-toothed smile spreading between broken whiskers that appeared to be pointing toward Mike with very ill intent. Mike immediately went for the second taser gun on Vanessa's utility belt. He aimed. He fired. The charged metal prongs hit their mark. They landed right in the middle of the rabbit's chest. But the rabbit was unfazed. It kept coming. Mike attempted another shot, but he wasn't fast enough. The rabbit quickly closed the distance between them. Without breaking stride, the yellow rabbit ripped the taser probes from his chest. He reached Mike and swatted the taser from Mike's hand. The taser hit the floor with a crunch and a clickety-clack. From the corner of his eye, Mike saw it spin away. Before Mike could regroup, the yellow rabbit gave him a driving shove. The rabbit's strength was almost superhuman. Mike went flying backward. His body hit part of the fort that he and Abby had built with Vanessa and the animatronics, which felt like it had happened in another lifetime. When Mike landed, he was sure he heard a crack of bone. Or maybe it was just a ligament giving way. Whatever it was, it hurt. And that was just the start. As Mike crashed toward the floor, the fort above him came tumbling down. A torrent of tables dropped toward Mike like big, four-legged dominoes knocking into one another. At the same time, as if by the sheer force of the rabbit's evilness, the room was plunged into near darkness, and a fantastical laser light show began. Abby looked up through the semi-transparent layer of colored balls. Long, thick strips of light, like neon crayons, were cutting through the air over the pit. Abby thought the lights were pretty, and she wished she could see them better. But she didn't move. It was a good thing she didn't, because there was something else up there, too. Abby could see the boxy shape of Foxy's head coming down toward her. Groaning, Mike extricated himself from under the pile of tables. He could feel the continual warm gush of blood flowing down his leg. His calf had been bleeding since the cupcake had taken a bite of him, and he hadn't had time to do anything about it. Now the table's impact had sped up the bleeding. Mike could feel a river of blood coursing down his leg and saturating his sock. The liquid heat wasn't confined to Mike's leg, either. From the sticky, wet sensations on his chest and back, he knew his other wounds had reopened, too. Mike needed to move, but he couldn't seem to get himself in gear. All he could do was belly squirm across the floor. Stopping to catch his breath, Mike looked for the yellow rabbit. He had to squint to see. The constantly moving laser lights distorted everything in the room. Mike had to squint to try to separate phantom shapes from real ones. Thankfully, he didn't see the rabbit. Not thankfully, though, Mike did see movement on the stage. Or he thought he did. He turned his head and inched forward to get a better look. No, Mike thought, when he saw that Freddy and Bonnie were back on their feet. Mike tried to get to his own feet, but he couldn't. His blood loss was worse than he'd thought, because the floor felt like the deck of a ship at sea. Mike tried again to push off the floor. He began to raise his upper body, and then he stopped. He'd found the yellow rabbit. It was coming his way. Because of the disorienting laser lights, the rabbit looked like it was winking in and out of existence as it approached. It was hard to focus on. That, however, didn't prevent Mike from noticing that the rabbit was pulling out, from where? A huge butcher's knife. Mike looked behind him. Freddy and Bonnie were still advancing toward the front of the stage. At the snail-like pace Mike was moving, it wouldn't take the animatronics long to reach him. Mike turned front again. The rabbit was closer. Mike looked left and right. A wall on one side, the tables on the other. He was cornered. Abby was barely breathing, which was a good thing. Not only did it keep her quiet, but it kept her from having to inhale the scuzzy scent of the old, dusty plastic balls. The cruddy, powdery surface of the balls made her... Uh-oh. Abby crinkled her nose and attempted to hold in the sneeze that tickled her nostrils. But she couldn't. Because she was trying to muffle it, Abby's sneeze came out as a hiss. But it still came out. And it was still loud enough for... Strong hands clamped onto Abby's shoulder. She felt herself being hoisted upward. Abby immediately started kicking and screaming. She tried to twist herself free. But Abby was held tight. She came up out of the ball pit, and she let out another sneeze. She turned to face... Vanessa? Abby stopped fighting, and Vanessa pulled Abby the rest of the way out of the pit. She helped Abby get her footing on the floor. Abby brushed herself off as she gaped at Vanessa and at Foxy. Vanessa was holding the cattle prod that Abby had last seen in Mike's hand. And Foxy was on his back, jerking around like he was having a fit. Abby threw her arms around Vanessa's waist. Vanessa used her free hand to return the hug. Abby pulled back. "I don't know what's happening to our friends," she said. "I don't know why they're trying to hurt us." Vanessa knelt down in front of Abby. Vanessa's hair was loose, and it was tangled around her face. She looked wild, but when she spoke, her voice was calm. "Abby, sweetheart, they're not themselves right now." Abby nodded. She felt like she was going to cry, but she didn't. Vanessa took one of Abby's hands. "Listen, Abby, there's someone here who wants to hurt us very badly. I need to get you somewhere safe. And then I need to go help your brother." "I can help too." Vanessa started to shake her head, but then her gaze went to Abby's chest. Abby frowned, looking down to see what Vanessa was looking at. She didn't see anything icky on her overalls. So what was the problem? Abby lifted her gaze to Vanessa's face. Vanessa's eyes were wide, and she had that look that people got when they had an idea. "What?" Abby asked. "The drawings," Vanessa said. Her voice was a half-whisper, like she was amazed by something. She looked into Abby's eyes. "It's the drawings." Vanessa tucked the cattle prod under her arm and grabbed Abby's shoulders. "You're right, Abby," she said. "You can help." Abby made a face. "Huh?" Vanessa started talking really fast. "Your friends, they don't remember. He hurt them badly. He took their families, their love, their lives, but they don't remember." "I don't understand." Vanessa let go of Abby's shoulders. She reached out and pulled Abby's drawing pad from her overall's chest pocket. "You know what happened to them," Vanessa said. "But they don't remember." Vanessa pulled out Abby's pencils and used them to tap on the pad. "So, tell them," Abby looked from her pad and pencils to Vanessa's face. What? Abby suddenly jumped back to a memory, a really recent one. She remembered seeing the spotlit drawing, the one of the yellow rabbit and the 5 kids. As her mind showed her the drawing again, she saw each of the kids in close-up. She saw the big smiles drawn on their faces. The memory fell away, and Abby looked at Vanessa. The picture. Vanessa nodded, smiling. Abby reached out for her pad and pencils. You're right. I have to help them to remember. The yellow rabbit bore down on Mike, waving the butcher's knife in the air like it was a baton, and the rabbit was a depraved orchestral conductor. Mike couldn't stand and run. He couldn't drag himself away at the speed of light. He couldn't sink into the floor or turn invisible. All he could do was look up at the rabbit and say, "Go to he—" The rabbit kicked Mike in the face. Mike's head recoiled, and the back of his skull hit the floor. The mother of all headaches kicked in instantaneously. Hot, thick, coppery liquid filled Mike's mouth. It started to run down his throat. He gagged and spit it out. Mike tried to get his eyes to focus, but they didn't want to cooperate. They were somewhere out in a la-la land of meadows filled with butterflies. That was okay. Mike wasn't going to cower like a wimp. Summoning what strength he still had, Mike turned his head to face the rabbit again. "I said," Mike said as clearly as he could, "go to—" The rabbit kicked Mike again. This time, Mike's resolve to be hard failed him. His head bounced off the floor again, and the meadows and butterflies turned into a confusion of laser lights and crooked teeth and evil eyes in an inky, churning vision of hell. Mike saw this mind-choking landscape through a vapor of gray. Even so, he was able to see the knife, raised above his chest. As he fought to stay conscious and began to lose the battle, Mike heard, "That's enough!" Was that Vanessa's voice? It didn't matter. Mike agreed. He'd had enough. He stopped fighting. He closed his eyes and let his consciousness take a break. Tucked behind a battered pinball machine that was missing its glass, Abby sat cross-legged on the floor. She was hidden, but she could still see the dining room. She was bent over her drawing pad, her pencil scribbling as fast as she could make it move. When Vanessa shouted, though, Abby looked up. Abby had to press her lips together to stop a cry from coming out. Her brother was lying totally still on the floor. Blood was all around him. A yellow rabbit, holding a knife, stood above Mike. Vanessa was maybe 20 feet behind the rabbit. And she held a gun in both hands, the way Abby had seen on TV. On TV, though, cops' hands didn't shake the way Vanessa's hands were shaking. The rabbit's knife stopped in midair, but the rabbit didn't turn around. Vanessa's hands shook even harder. Abby wanted to watch what was happening over by her brother, but the only way she could help Mike was to keep drawing. So she looked back down at her pad. As she did, she thought she saw movement to her left. Abby glanced that way. Nothing. Where was Foxy? Was he still down? It didn't matter. Abby had to finish her drawing. From the dining room came the sound of a low growl. From the rabbit, Abby thought. She caught her lower lip between her teeth and put her pencil to the page again. "Drop the knife," Vanessa said. Abby started splitting her attention between the drawing and what was going on with Vanessa and the rabbit. That wasn't a hard thing to do. Abby was used to watching TV while she drew. She knew Mike thought she didn't watch the TV, but she did. Abby drew. And Abby watched as the rabbit, back still to Vanessa, began to remove the rabbit costume head. Vanessa's shaking got worse. Abby could see now that the person inside the rabbit suit was a man with graying dark hair. "A little old for temper tantrums," the man said. Then he turned. "Aren't we, Vanessa?" he said. Abby's pencil faltered. She didn't like the look of the man at all. He had a thin face and a high forehead. He also had very narrow eyes. He looked slimy. "I'm not kidding, Dad," Vanessa said. "Drop it." "Dad?" Abby thought. Poor Vanessa. "It's over," Vanessa said. "I don't think so, sweets," the man said. "You may have forgotten your loyalties, but I assure you, they have not." The man gestured toward Freddy and Bonnie, who were at the front edge of the stage. They were standing at attention. "Go on," the man said to the animatronics. He pointed at Mike. "Rip him into little bitty pieces." Freddy and Bonnie started across the stage, heading to its short flight of stairs. They weren't walking quite right, but they were walking well enough to get to Mike much faster than Abby wanted them to. The man in the rabbit suit looked at Vanessa. "Now, why don't you put that silly thing away and help Daddy clean up the mess you made?" He took a step toward Vanessa. "We both know you won't actually use." The sound of the shot made Abby's pencil scoot across the page in a jagged line. The point of the pencil gouged the paper. Abby ignored both the line and the hole in the paper as she kept drawing. At the same time, she saw the man kind of jump backward. He looked down at his shoulder. Abby could see that Vanessa's bullet had put a hole in the rabbit suit and the man. The man didn't seem to be bothered by the bullet. But he was angry. Abby could tell. The man snarled at Vanessa and put his rabbit head back on. Then he charged toward her. Abby wasn't as startled by the next 3 times the gun fired. She knew she didn't have much time yet, so she forced herself to keep drawing, even as she watched Vanessa's shots go past the rabbit. Vanessa was shaking too much to aim right, Abby thought. And that was why the man in the rabbit suit was able to reach Vanessa. He grabbed her by the throat. "You had one job," the rabbit said. "Keep him in the dark, and kill him if he found out too much." Vanessa spit in her dad's face. "That's 2 jobs, she said. "You tell him," Abby thought, still drawing. "Shut up!" the yellow rabbit screamed. At the same time, he shoved a big, awful knife into Vanessa's stomach. Abby felt her own stomach get really tight, and she felt like she was going to throw up. But she didn't. She kept drawing. The rabbit dug his fingers tighter around Vanessa's throat and lifted her up. Vanessa's feet flopped in the air several inches above the floor. Abby screwed up her face. Abby was so scared for Vanessa that Abby thought she could feel icky, furry rabbit fingers wrapped around her own neck. But she kept drawing. Vanessa clawed at her dad's chokehold. She tore at her dad's hand, but he didn't let go. As she fought, Vanessa looked toward Mike. Abby shot a glance at her brother, too. Her pencil made one last mark on the pad. Freddy and Bonnie had almost reached Mike. Time to go. Abby got up and ran. Vanessa was again staring into the evil rabbit's eyes. The rabbit, still choking Vanessa with one hand, was totally focused on her. He didn't see Abby at first, but Vanessa did, and she smiled. Abby ran toward the wall of pictures. Her drawing flapped like bird's wings in her hand. "No!" the man in the rabbit suit yelled. Uh-oh. He'd seen Abby. Abby flicked a look at the rabbit, but she didn't slow down, not even when the rabbit let go of Vanessa's neck and turned toward her. "Stop!" Vanessa shouted. Abby knew Vanessa wasn't talking to her, but Abby's steps faltered when she saw that Vanessa had dropped her hands. Vanessa was gripping the blade of the knife, which was sticking out of her stomach. The rabbit still had one of his hands on the other end of the knife. The rabbit looked down. Grunting, he tried to tug the knife out of Vanessa's belly. But Vanessa wouldn't let go. Abby could see that Vanessa was hurting bad. Vanessa's face was really white, and it was all twisted up. But she still managed to say, in a gasp, "I won't let you hurt her, too." Chapter 24. As much as she hated what was happening to Vanessa and wanted to run at the rabbit and beat at him with her fists, Abby knew she couldn't help that way. The only thing she could do was what she was doing. She had to keep going toward the wall. So she didn't let her pace slow, even as she watched Vanessa struggle with her dad. Abby finally reached the wall. She quickly looked over her shoulder, just in time to see Vanessa press toward the rabbit. Vanessa wrapped her dad in a big, hard bear hug. Oh no, Abby thought. She understood that Vanessa was trying to save Abby, but by hugging the man like that, Vanessa had to have driven the knife much farther into her body. Abby started to cry just as the yellow rabbit roared. She watched the rabbit beat at Vanessa's back, trying to get free. Vanessa, however, didn't let go. Abby had to make Vanessa's sacrifice worth it. Turning to the wall of children's drawings, Abby quickly found the drawing of the yellow rabbit with the 5 kids. She reached for it. Glancing back, Abby saw that Vanessa was looking directly at Abby. Vanessa's eyes looked weird, like they were lights that were having a hard time staying on. Even so, Vanessa held Abby's gaze, and the rabbit continued to fight to get free. Abby got her hand on the drawing of the rabbit and the 5 kids. She crumpled the paper in her grip, and she whipped her hand away from the wall. When the drawing let go of the wall, it tore. The sound of the long, crackling rip was much louder than the normal sound of paper tearing. As soon as the sound ended, Abby saw Vanessa's arms start to drop away from her dad. "I'm sorry, Daddy," she said. Her voice was so weak that Abby barely heard it. "Get off me!" the man in the rabbit suit shrieked. The rabbit flung Vanessa aside, and he turned to look toward Abby. He let out a booming sound that made Abby think of a really angry dog. That rage, Abby knew, was directed at her, and the rabbit was now coming toward her too. Slap, thud, slap, thud, slap, thud. The sound of the rabbit's footsteps filled the room. He was charging toward Abby. Abby quickly turned and pressed her new drawing to the wall, in the space where the other drawing had been. But the other drawing had been stuck to the wall by tape, and the tape had come away with the drawing. Abby had no way to attach her drawing to the wall. Abby looked at the wall, hoping to find a free piece of tape, but all the tape holding other drawings was old. She knew none of it would work. The rabbit's footsteps were really close. Abby didn't turn to look, but she knew the rabbit was almost... "I know," Abby thought. Abby kept holding the drawing in place with one palm, and with her other hand, she dug in her overalls pocket. She pulled out one of her colored pencils and... Swinging her arm in a wide arc through the air, Abby rammed the pencil point through the drawing, jamming the pencil into the wall. Abby hadn't been sure it would work because the wall wasn't soft like a bulletin board, but when she let go of the pencil, the drawing stayed in place, and every light in the dining room went out. Abby hardly dared to breathe, much less move, but she had to see what was happening. Abby turned away from the wall. Even though the dining room lights were dark, the fluorescent lights in the lobby were still on. They were weak, so they couldn't toss brightness very far. But what bit reached the wall of pictures, and the rest of the room, was enough for Abby to see that no one was moving. The yellow rabbit was just a couple feet from Abby, but he was stopped dead. So were Freddy and Bonnie, who were standing over Mike. Vanessa was on the floor, lying very, very still. Abby wanted to run to Vanessa and Mike, But she stayed where she was. Freddy and Bonnie turned their heads. They looked toward the yellow rabbit. Then they started moving toward the rabbit, their steps slow and unsteady. The yellow rabbit's awful eyes locked on Abby. "What have you done?" he growled. Abby was still scared, but she put her shoulders back and said, "They can see you now." Abby took a step to the side. Suddenly, one of the stage spotlights came on. It landed right on Abby's new drawing. Abby looked at her work. Even as panicked as she'd been as she'd drawn, even as worried for her brother and Vanessa, even as grossed out as she was by the yellow rabbit, Abby had done possibly the best drawing she'd ever done in her life. Or it could have just felt that way. Maybe the colors weren't perfect, and maybe some of the things in the drawing were a little shaky looking, but the message of the drawing was perfectly clear. Abby had drawn the yellow rabbit, holding a bloody knife, standing over the dead bodies of 5 little kids. Abby glanced at the yellow rabbit. She couldn't see the man's face behind the costume rabbit head, but she could tell the man didn't like the drawing. The yellow rabbit's grimace looked even meaner than it had before. The yellow rabbit took a step toward Abby. She shrank back toward the wall. A whisper of movement, a thud. Foxy stepped out of the shadows beyond the spotlight. He put himself between Abby and the yellow rabbit. Abby's heart began to pound hard in her chest. But then Foxy turned toward the rabbit. "Move," the rabbit said to Foxy. Foxy didn't budge. "I said, move," the yellow rabbit shouted. A loud click answered the rabbit's bellow. A second spotlight burst on. It caught the yellow rabbit in a circle of white light so powerful that Abby couldn't look directly at it. Neither could the yellow rabbit. He threw up a hand to shield his eyes. The yellow rabbit turned away from the light, and when he did, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica were there. Almost by magic, Abby thought. But not really. They'd been moving in the darkness when Abby and the rabbit had been distracted by the spotlights. The yellow rabbit was no longer looking at Abby. He was staring at the animatronics. And the animatronics didn't seem to care about Abby either. Now she could move. Abby sidestepped along the wall. No one looked at her. That gave her courage. Keeping her steps as light as possible, Abby hurried over to Mike. She dropped to her knees next to him. "Mike," Abby whispered. "Mike, wake up." The little hairs of Mike's eyelashes rippled against his skin, but he didn't open his eyes. Abby leaned over and put a hand on his shoulder. She shook him really hard. "Mike!" she hissed loudly in his ear. Mike opened his eyes. He blinked several times, and then he seemed to zero in on Abby's face. "Abby?" Abby nodded but tensed when she heard a scrape and a thump. She turned away from Mike. It was okay. She and Mike were okay. The animatronics were closer to the yellow rabbit now. They completely surrounded him, creating a circle that was about 2 feet from him. And they were pressing in even closer. "Look at you," the yellow rabbit said. His voice was filled with disgust. He sounded the same way bullies sounded. "Look at what nasty things you've become. Look at how small you are." The animatronics stopped moving. Abby bit her lip. They weren't going to listen to the yellow rabbit, were they? The yellow rabbit took advantage of the animatronics' hesitation. "Wretched, rotten little beasts," he said, his voice even crueler than before. "Look how pathetic you are." The rabbit looked at each animatronic in turn. "Look how worthless you are." The yellow rabbit locked in on Chica, who stood before him with her cupcake platter raised. Her cupcake was back in place on the platter, poised but still. The yellow rabbit took a step toward Chica. He pointed at Chica and then pointed toward Mike and Abby. "Now get over there," he commanded, "and rip them apart, before I rip all of you apart." Abby held her breath. What would the animatronics do? Abby got her answer in an instant. The cupcake sprang off its platter. It flew directly at the yellow rabbit's chest, and it sank its big white teeth into the holey fake fur that stretched over the rabbit's heart. The yellow rabbit screamed. He batted at the cupcake, but it hung on. He started twisting around and jumping this way and that, as if he was on fire. He was jerking around so violently that his costume head came off. Abby watched as the yellow rabbit head shot through the air. The head hit the wall of drawings and then bounced to the floor. It rolled over and over twice. Then it lay still. The rabbit ears drooped downward. The toothy mouth gaped open. Abby returned her attention to the man in the rest of the rabbit suit. He had collapsed to the floor. Kneeling, he grabbed the cupcake in both hands. He worked the cupcake back and forth and back and forth. Finally, he ripped the cupcake away from his chest. When the cupcake was plucked loose, it didn't open its mouth. It hung on, so a big, wide section of sickly yellow rabbit fur went with it. The gap in the rabbit suit made it possible to see the inner workings of the costume. Abby made a face and hugged herself when she saw what was under the fake fur. She'd seen something like it before. It made her insides get all knotted up. The yellow rabbit costume had the same thing in it that the little red-headed girl animatronic had, the one Chica had tried to put Abby into. The suit was lined with row after row of super sharp metal things. Now that Abby could see them more clearly than she had when she was fighting Chica, she decided the metal things looked like a bunch of crab claws. The claws were closed up tight, curled inward toward the sides of the suit. But if the claws opened? As Abby stared at the metal things, she heard a snap, like a lock shooting back. One of the crab claws opened, then another, and another. Abby saw blood starting to run into the metal. Then the blood stained the edges of the surrounding rabbit fur. Abby looked at the face of the man in the suit. His teeth were gritted. His eyes were wide. Abby thought of Vanessa, who was still sprawled on the floor. Vanessa might even be dead. The horrible man in the suit deserved what was happening to him. Abby stopped feeling sorry. She even liked it when she heard another snap and knew that the man was being hurt even worse. It felt like 100 mini drills were attempting to burrow into Mike's head and into the rest of his body, too. He couldn't see quite right, and his body felt as floppy and useless as a fish snatched out of water. Mike was starting to get his bearings, though. He knew where he was, in Freddy's dining room. He knew Abby was with him, and she was, as far as he could tell, okay. He also knew that the man who had tried to kill him was getting his comeuppance. Mike recognized the snapping sounds he was hearing. He knew what was happening to the man. He was being skewered from inside his costume. Good. "What are those things in the suit?" Abby asked. "They're like the ones in the girl's suit that Chica tried to put me in." Mike felt like a donkey was kicking him in the chest. The idea of Abby. "They're spring locks," Mike said. The man in the rabbit suit. It was him, Steve Raglan, the career counselor who had hired Mike, and whose voice had been echoing in Mike's skull for so long. Mike didn't know it, but Raglan wasn't his real name. His real name was Afton, William Afton, and fate had somehow brought them together once again. Afton looked over at Mike and Abby. Even though the guy was clearly incapacitated, Mike reached for Abby, wanting to protect her. Mike didn't have to worry, though. Afton was just putting on a show of defiance. Afton's face was misshapen by pain, and his body was being jolted savagely by what was happening inside the rabbit suit. Still, through the continuing chain reaction of spring locks, Afton was able to scoot over the floor. He dragged himself forward until he reached for the costume's head. More snaps. Afton put the yellow rabbit head back on. His motion unsteady and weak, the yellow rabbit managed to right himself. He faced the animatronics, who stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the rabbit. "I killed you once," Afton said, his voice strained but strong inside the rabbit head. "I can do it again." The yellow rabbit took a step toward the animatronics. Mike heard a series of sharp sounds like a chattering of metal teeth. Clack, clack, clack. The remaining spring locks were disengaging. And even Afton, seemingly impervious to destruction, couldn't withstand that. The yellow rabbit's body contorted, hunching inward. Afton howled like a tortured animal. His yowls winged through the building like a flurry of bats wheeling through a subterranean chamber. As if channeling the rabbit's torment, the pizzeria began to agitate. The building felt like it was whipping back and forth on its footings. At the same time, the spotlights began to switch on and off. The laser lights started up. They went out. They started up again. A muddled patchwork of rock song snippets intertwined with bursts of static coming from the intercom speakers. Sensation overload. Chaos. The building was now rattling at its very core. The remains of Abby's fort were stuttering across the dining room floor. Overhead lights were swinging and one bank of fluorescent lights came crashing down. The light's metal frame landed just a couple feet from Abby, way too close for comfort. Mike forced his body into gear. They had to move. "Come on!" Mike shouted. Rejecting his body's weakness, Mike levered himself up from the ground. He had to lean a little on Abby to get himself in motion, but once he took a step, he got some momentum going. He started forward, aiming toward the lobby in a limping run, keeping a tight grip on Abby's hand. But Abby resisted his attempt to urge her forward. "Wait!" she cried. "We have to get Vanessa!" "Vanessa? She's here?" Mike frowned and looked around. Why was Vanessa here? She'd been adamant that... "She saved me!" Abby shouted. Now she was tugging on Mike. "Come on!" Mike let Abby lead him, not toward the lobby, but farther into the middle of the dining room. As soon as they'd taken a couple steps, Mike spotted Vanessa. His feet faltered, and his breathing hitched. Vanessa was prone on the floor, not moving. A pool of blood that was far too large to make Mike optimistic about her survival extended in all directions around her. She might already be gone, Mike thought. Hindered now by not just his injuries, but a choking grief. Mike was barely able to make it the rest of the way to where Vanessa lay. But he got there. When he did, he painstakingly lowered himself to one knee, which he planted in the thick, sticky red spill that surrounded Vanessa. As Mike put 2 fingers against Vanessa's neck, and to his relief, felt a faint pulse, he saw movement on the other side of the room. Even over the continued mishmash of music and static, he heard the clod, clod, clod of animatronic footsteps. His muscles tensed, and he lifted his gaze. Mike had been sure the animatronics were coming for him and Abby. But they weren't. They clearly could not have cared less about Mike and his sister. They were otherwise occupied. Mike watched as Foxy used his hook to drag the yellow rabbit along behind him. The other 3 animatronics followed Foxy and the rabbit into the back hallway. "Mike!" Abby said. She shook his arm. "I don't think she's doing good." Mike whipped his gaze back to Vanessa. Abby was right. Vanessa was alive, but barely. "Come on," he said. "Help me." Neither Mike nor Abby should have been strong enough to lift an unconscious woman. But they did it anyway. They managed to brace her between them as they both got back to their feet. Then each of them hooked one of Vanessa's limp arms around their necks. Holding tight to Vanessa's arms, they managed to start dragging her across the dining room. Mike glanced toward the back hallway as they went, but he saw nothing but a pipeline of black. The animatronics and the yellow rabbit were no longer within view. The discordant chords and snatches of lyrics that still spilled from the speakers were louder now. The lights were playing Now You See Me, Now You Don't even faster than before. The floor began to move under Mike's and Abby's feet. It felt like the building was beginning to sway. Mike heard a tinny zing above his head, and he looked up. He saw the brackets holding 2 sets of spotlights to the ceiling rend loose. The spotlights came crashing down. They landed just a foot to Mike's right. Without a word, Mike and Abby picked up the pace. They were both grunting with effort, both panting. Mike's face was hot, and he kept having to blink sweat from his eyes. On the heels of the falling spotlights, whole banks of fluorescent lights began exploding. A glass monsoon poured over the room. "Look down, Abby," Mike yelled. He followed his own advice, which kept glass from getting in his eyes. But he felt barb-sized shards poking at his scalp as the glass showered onto his head. Just a few more steps, Mike told himself. He strained to keep hold of Vanessa's arm. Her skin was slick with blood. So were his hands. Mike glanced at Abby, worried that she wouldn't have the strength to keep going. But Abby was a trooper. Her lips were set, and she was frowning ferociously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They made it to the lobby just as a guttural, hellish moan curled up from what felt like the most hidden recesses of the building. The sound reached for them like a killer's hands. Mike shot a look back over his shoulder. He nearly let go of Vanessa when he saw a wraith-like bulkhead of smoke closing in on the lobby. The smoke was coming fast. Too fast. It's going to overtake us, Mike thought. It would... Cha-chunk. Mike pulled his gaze from the smoke monster and saw that Abby had released the front door handle. She was leaning into the door, pushing it outward. Mike tried to move forward, and he tripped. His head hit the door, and he saw... black. Chapter 25. Mike had never heard birds sing so loudly. Shielding his eyes against a sun that was playing hide-and-seek in a cloud-filled sky, Mike looked up at the trees that encircled the clean white lines of the Child Development Center. The massive oaks and pines appeared as if they were standing guard over the building and its precious occupants. The birds Mike could hear were hopping from branch to branch in the trees. Mike realized he'd never really paid a lot of attention to birds in his real life. He'd heard the ones in his dreams every night. But had he ever listened to their songs during the day? Not really. Well, he was going to start now. I'm going to start doing a lot of things, he decided. But right now, he needed to pick up his sister. It took Mike a few minutes to get into the building and make it down the long hall to the activity center. He was still limping. Mostly the limp was caused by the healing gouge in his calf. But he had a couple hairline cracks in his bones, too, in his tibia and fibula. Not big enough for casts, his doctor had told him. They'd heal on their own. The rest of Mike's injuries were healing, too. He'd needed a lot of stitches, and for a couple weeks, he'd looked like he'd had himself inked with splotches of black and blue and purple. But 3 weeks out, the bruises had mostly faded. His stitches were gone. He was on the mend. The sound of laughter hurried Mike along. He looked ahead and saw Dr. Lillian standing in front of the activity center window. They exchanged a wave, and Mike was at her side a few seconds later. Mike grinned at Dr. Lillian and looked through the window. Inside the colorful play space, a group of 6 kids were in the midst of a rowdy game of tag, and, To Mike's total joy, Abby was one of the kids. His sister, wearing her favorite red overalls, was bobbing and weaving to avoid getting caught. She had some mad moves. Running from animatronics and a serial killer rabbit had honed her escape skills. And thankfully, it didn't seem to have dampened her spirit at all. Just the opposite. Right now, as she did an impressive drop and roll that got her out of range of a little boy with a flat-top buzz cut, Abby grinned bigger and wider than he'd ever seen. Abby shot to her feet and leaped away from a little red-headed girl. She spotted her brother and gave him a brief wave. Then she was off again, sprinting to the far side of the room. "It's really extraordinary," Dr. Lillian said. "The turn she's taken these past few weeks. She seems almost..." "Happy?" Mike turned to look at Dr. Lillian. The doctor tucked a lock of white hair behind her ear as she nodded. Then she glanced down at the leg he favored. "One of these days," she said, "you'll have to tell me what happened." She pointed at the leg. "And how you got that limp." Mike smiled, but he didn't agree to spill the beans. Mike and the doctor watched Abby in silence for a few seconds. Then Dr. Lillian asked casually, "And still no word from Jane?" Mike shook his head. He'd been ready for this question, and he answered it just as casually as Dr. Lillian had asked it. "You know," he said, "I think my aunt has finally decided to move on." I mean, she kind of did, Mike thought. Mike flipped on his car's turn signal. The creaky click-click led into the sound of his squeaking brakes as he maneuvered the old jalopy around a corner. A belch of exhaust wafted in through Mike's open window. He gave the dashboard in front of his steering wheel a pat. The car's idiosyncrasies had started to amuse him more than annoy him. Mike looked over at Abby, who had her feet pressed against the glove box. Her sketch pad was propped on her knees. She was drawing something Mike couldn't see. "It's really not that hard," Mike said. Abby said nothing. "I asked you a very simple question," Mike pushed, "to which there's a very simple answer. Pizza or spaghetti?" Abby held up her drawing pad. Mike flicked a look at it. She'd drawn a platter of pizza and spaghetti. "I told you. I want both," she said. Mike said. "I guess we're at an impasse." Abby gave Mike a pretend glare. Then she half grinned and applied a colored pencil to her drawing. She made a sweeping motion with the pencil, and she raised the pad for him to see. Mike glanced over at the pad. Abby had circled the spaghetti. Mike returned his attention to the road. "Done," he said. Abby smiled. She flipped the page on her drawing pad. "Mind if we make a stop first?" Mike asked. "Nope," Abby said, concentrating on her new drawing. Mike lowered himself into the high-backed, tan vinyl chair that was pulled up next to a safety-railed hospital bed. He breathed shallowly because he hated the soup of odors in the ICU, bleach and medicines and rubber and urine and hospital food. Why did all hospital food smell like overcooked green beans? The ICU beds were all occupied, so the U-shaped cluster of glass-fronted enclosures was filled with sounds. Mike could hear the rhythmic pumping of ventilators, the beep of monitors, the scrape of equipment being moved, the snuff-snuff of soft-soled nursing shoes, and a continual murmur of voices, some soft and some loud. Vanessa's critical care cubicle was on the outside wall of the area. So, the sun, still cavorting with puffy white clouds, put a soft hand of warmth against Vanessa's cheek. If only Vanessa could feel it. Or maybe she could. One of the nurses had told Mike that even when patients were in comas, they were sometimes aware of what was going on around them. "You can talk to her," the ponytailed nurse had told Mike. He leaned forward and looked at Vanessa's pale eyelids. Other than the top of her cheeks, this was all that he could see of Vanessa's face. The rest was obscured by the ventilator that was keeping her alive while her body recovered from its massive blood loss. Surgeons had repaired her wounds, but her own system had to do the rest. "So, the big news is," Mike said, "I finally got a new job. Not as exciting as the last one, but I'm thinking that's probably a good thing." Mike chuckled briefly, but the sound of his amusement didn't fit with the other noises of the ICU. Mike went silent. He was lying about the job. In truth, he was very excited about his apprentice-level position with a construction firm that was building a big complex at the edge of town. The foreman, who'd said he had a past of his own, didn't have a problem with taking a chance on Mike. He even told Mike that he could use company tools and scrap wood to work on his own projects off hours. Mike thought he might make himself some bedroom furniture. Maybe Mike would tell Vanessa about his new job another day. For now, he said, "Look, I know we have a lot to talk about. There are some big things I still need you to explain. But I've made peace with a lot of what happened. And I know that certain decisions you made, well, you weren't in control of them. And I know that when it mattered the most, you were there for me and Abby." Mike thought about Abby's description of all that had happened to Vanessa when he'd been out of it. He immediately shut his mind down. He didn't need to linger on that ugliness. "I don't think either one of us would be here today without you," Mike told Vanessa. Mike reached out and took the limp, soft hand that lay on top of a thin, white hospital blanket. At that simple touch, a current of emotion rushed through him. So many feelings. Which was the most dominant? Sadness? Anger? Regret? Caring? Maybe something even more than that? Mike couldn't dissect his own psyche. He was not used to nuances like these. He'd been running on such limited settings, grief and regret, for so many years that these new sensations were going to take some getting used to. Mike squeezed Vanessa's hand. "Heal up, Vanessa." His voice cracked on her name. He cleared his throat. "Get strong, and then we'll talk." Mike got up and left the room without glancing back. He tucked all his emotions away for a later time as he navigated the beige-walled hospital corridors to get back to the cheerier, yellow-walled lobby. There, he found Abby right where he'd left her, in a plush blue chair within eyeshot of the young, brunette receptionist who had agreed to keep one eye on Mike's sister while he was gone. Abby was, predictably, drawing when Mike walked up to her. Mike gave the receptionist a wave of thanks as he looked down at Abby. Abby tucked away her drawing pad and stood. "Did you tell her I said hi?" she asked. "Yeah." Mike gave Abby a quick hug. "Let's go home." Mike looked out the living room window as he took a seat next to Abby at the kitchen table. The sun, possibly tired from its day of games with the clouds, seemed to be going down faster than usual. It had put on its dusk PJs, and it now looked like an orange ball. The bottom of the ball had already dipped behind the hills. Mike looked down at his plate. Another ball, a meatball, was sliding off the top of a mound of spaghetti. It rolled to the edge of the plate and stopped. Mike looked at Abby. She was toying with her fork, turning the handle around and around on her folded napkin. Her gaze was focused on the disappearing sun. "Everything okay?" Mike asked. "I was just thinking about my friends." "You mean Freddy and Chica and the others?" She nodded. "They're all alone, and no one takes care of them anymore." Abby pulled her gaze from the setting sun and looked at Mike. "Can we visit them sometime?" No way in hell, Mike thought. His thought must have been clear on his face, because Abby looked down at her food. She sighed. Mike thought about the promise he'd made to her at Freddy's. He was going to do better. He meant it. So, if it meant that much to Abby... Mike touched Abby's arm. When she looked up, he made sure his expression was neutral. "You never know what can happen," he said. Abby smiled. She stopped twirling the fork. Mike noticed that the glass next to her napkin was empty. "I forgot the milk," he said, jumping up. Mike stepped to the fridge. He opened its door and grabbed a carton of milk. As he closed the door, his gaze landed on Abby's latest drawing, secured near the door handle by a smiley face magnet. The drawing was of Abby, Mike, Vanessa, and the 4 animatronics. They were all inside the table fort at